KI Beats.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Blackathon. With us today, we have, founder and owner and CEO of Conduit, Ryan Robinson. And so I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Ryan. Well, actually a lot bit because he's very accomplished to be so young. But yeah, so Ryan is a visionary. He's creating quantum technology to change the world. Born in Miami, Ryan began taking college classes at Harvard at 16. He then completed in DECA, the world's biggest business competition, and scored in the highest percentile, 99%, for both economics and marketing management. After being accepted to MIT, he began researching dark matter at 18. After studying under Eric Lander, Ryan then created a company named Conduit, dedicated to using computers to create products that solve the world's biggest problems. While still a student at MIT, advised by Seth Lloyd, Ryan created his own major, quantum engineering, becoming the first quantum engineer in the world at 20. Ryan then graduated from MIT with 3 majors: mechatronics, international humanities, and quantum engineering. He also published a paper about gender bias in the workplace. At 22, Ryan was named in Forbes Under 30 for Conduit's work in solving real-world problems. Ryan then raised over $1 million for Conduit and lectured at MIT about quantum computing and cryptocurrency. Ryan then premiered Conduit's 100 times speed up at MIT, where he was compared to Steve Jobs in his prime by MIT professors. In 2020, Ryan began working with the White House to find a cure for COVID-19 alongside Conduit's lead scientist, Logan Thrasher Collins. With the White House, Conduit used computing power to develop a computational microscope to detect the curvature of the viral membrane and help find therapeutics to stop COVID-19. Ryan Robinson is one of the youngest people to ever work with the White House. Recently, Ryan received his first provisional patent alongside Collins for NanoSplash, an at-home COVID-19 diagnostic test that can detect new strains of COVID. A result of Conduit's computational work, NanoSplash is a combination of nanotechnology and synthetic biology that has shown the potential to save millions of lives from future outbreaks. Ryan has been featured in MIT News, American Inno, Boston Business Journal, Information Age, CNN, Moguldom, Forbes, and the World News. Ryan has also been named as one of the most interesting people to ever live. He has lectured at MIT, Carnegie Hall, and Harvard about the future of quantum engineering. In addition to this, Ryan is a published poet and jazz saxophonist. Welcome, Ryan, everybody.
Thank you. I was like, wow, I did a lot. That's a lot going on.
Ryan, do you want to talk to us about what you're going to talk about today?
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody, my name is Ryan. Nice to meet you, Ryan Robinson. First of all, thank you guys so much for having me here. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I was like, I'm going like through memory lane as you were saying a lot of stuff. And a lot of that stuff's funny when I did it just to want to do it, but it's cool hearing it back. But I'm just grateful to be here. We're talk to you guys about quantum engineering, which I'm really excited about, which I do and live and breathe every day. And hand it back to you guys.
Oh, awesome. So I guess for me, I have, well, I know you said you have some stuff that you kind of want to talk about, right? But I did want to ask a question up front, which is, how did you do it? How did you simultaneously go to school at MIT and then also do a startup at the same time? And I mean, of course, a lot of people will hear that and like understand it's hard and be like, that's amazing. But some people will understand how hard it was and what you had to say, right? So I want you, like, can you go into that a little bit?
Absolutely. So one, it was just time-wise, it was like a huge crunch. I mean, because I was taking, so all those, degrees, I was taking like twice the course load. So at MIT, there's, normal course was 4 classes. And each class is expected to take around 12 hours a week on average. So you might have one that takes 40 hours, one that takes 2, but usually it's going to settle around 12. So I was doing like 8 classes. So that's what, like 96 weeks or 96 hours a week, just like straight work, even theoretically. So just that alone, how handling that load was really intense. And then again, like you're saying, doing the company as well on top of that, it was pretty crazy. So some of the challenges with that was with time, so I came into my team knowing that I wanted to have my own business. I have my whole family is full entrepreneurs. So my dad had his own law practice. His grandfather had his own landscaping business, and he actually built a lot of buildings in Miami. And I have that on my mom's side too. So it's like just in my blood. So I knew going into my team from the get-go, this is what I want to do. So I came in with a different strategy maybe than other people might have, where I honestly didn't really care about grades or anything like that. It was strictly a knowledge thing. Like how can I absorb as much knowledge as possible? So one thing I did is I made sure to always get enough sleep, because your brain health, you could study for hours, right? But if your brain doesn't retain it, your brain health goes down, then that's a challenge. Also too, I remember thinking it's a marathon, so you don't want to, well, you don't want to sprint that one segment of the marathon and then you're tired for the rest of it. So balancing with sleep is number one. Number two is again, being able to look at an assignment and say, okay, you know what, I'm still going to do this assignment, but the deadline might be tomorrow, so I'm gonna do as much as I can, get my sleep, again, retain as much as so literally actually the way I got through MIT, funny enough, was right before the final, I would just do my thing and study the whole thing. And so I would ace the final. So I would have like every class, it was like do or die. Cause I was like, the homework, I'm like, all right, I don't need to do this right now. Take away the content and then do the final. So like literally every final I had to basically ace it to make it to the next step. Because again, I just had a different mentality on it. And so it worked out. It got me the result I wanted. So that's for the school part. For the business part of it, oh man, it's crazy amount of challenges. One was that I think just getting the support, because when you're inside a school, right, and you're starting a business, it's like it doesn't have the same legitimacy to the people inside that school. So trying to kind of convince people on a high level, right, to contribute when they have so many other things vying for their attention, I think was really, really challenging. But the benefit of that was that when I graduated, I already had practically speaking, like 2-3 years of business experience, like legitimate business experience. So like founders leaving, team leaving, they're coming, they're going, lawyers, all that stuff. Like I had, when I graduated, I had this like technical, theoretical, background, but I also had this like real world application of how do you actually make this stuff happen. So that was really cool. And some of the sacrifices, man, I remember having like parties and, for the after party, it would actually just be like a business planning meeting. We would just be like, yeah, we just plan out different marketing strategies and everything, get a big whiteboard, so that was really fun. That was really fun. But again, yeah, definitely in terms of time and relationships too. I mean, that's a big thing because you just don't really have time for relationships. So a lot of like my friends, and this is an MIT thing, not just the business thing, but I would see them maybe 2 times a year, something like that. And we'd be like best buds. We'd be like, oh my God. We're like, keep in mind, we're living literally across the street. Like, it's not like, they're in like somewhere else. Like, they're literally across the street. And seeing them twice was like, wow, you made it my top 5. So, but yeah, that was some of the sacrifices. But I guess to end my answer to that question, I would say is that, anything in life is about what you put in. Whatever you put in, you'll get out. And that's a law of the universe. For every action is equal and opposite reaction. Newton. So for me, I've given a lot to Conduit, but at the same time, I've also gotten a lot out of it. Yeah.
Awesome. So I know I went to one of your events. I think you spoke for the Harvard career
Okay, yeah,
plans.
yeah.
And so I'm wondering, I know you were talking a little bit about some projects that y'all are working on. So what are y'all working right now over at Conduit?
Oh man, so it's really exciting. And it's not just me saying that like as my scripted line as CEO, but like we all really enjoy what we're doing. And so we're working on 2 major projects right now. They're both COVID related. So the first one is with the White House. So the White House work, like you mentioned in the intro, is we're measuring the curvature of the viral membrane, meaning we're basically looking at the geometry. How does this thing come together? And we're looking at the biology. It's geometry meets biology, right? But it's run on computers. So it's like all the keywords you want to throw in there. So you got computers, you got biology, you've got mathematics. Again, you got geometry. So all these big things, and then logistics of coordinating that across different people, different organizations. So right now, working with what's called the White House HPC Consortium, High Performance Computing Consortium. And so that was, of course, made in response to COVID. And so what we saw was basically the use of big data, right, to turn the pandemic. And it's like this very kind of like exclusive thing. Like you have to apply and be, have to say, okay, this is worth giving you access to like, these huge government facilities that are, $1 billion projects. So right now we're working with Frontera, for instance. They're like the eighth biggest supercomputer in the world. And it was right up our alley because again, going to the MIT professor comment is that we when we came into the pandemic, our expertise was in supercomputing. That was like our thing. So like biology, computers. And so going into this, we were like the people you would call. And so it's been a really great experience because one, we were like the youngest people doing it. Number one. Number two, obviously, it's also really diverse. Just like, I mean, the team we have are people from like Egypt and India and London and, Michigan and Miami and, different colors and shapes and sizes. So it's pretty cool. It's really cool. There's not as many women as I would like, just from that angle of diversity, but in terms of like ethnicity, class, nationality, it is really diverse. So it's cool to, leverage that. And also too, to that point that we're doing all this work pro bono too. All that White House work is all pro bono, it's not, yeah. So we're like, staving away or whatever to do this. But it's literally like for the sake of people, and that's why I made Conduit was to really create products and things, right? Just things that help people. And so we were making progress on that. Our paper should be out, preprint should be out in a few months, and then the publication should be out in the summer. So that's project one, the White House. And that's led by Logan Thrasher Collins, who's like insane, by the way. And I'll talk about him in a second. Then we have the COVID diagnostic test. So that's called NanoSplash. And so NanoSplash works like a bottle. You guys can see it on our website, conduitcomputing.com. Conduitcomputing.com. And some people say, you conduit. I'm going to throw that joke out there already, so we can just kill that. But I get that a lot. But it is a good joke. But so conduitcomputing.com. You're gonna see our bottle, and what it is, it's really cool. It's a bottle, and imagine like a Listerine bottle. You got the chemical in there, and you spin in the bottle, and the color inside, the chemical inside changes colors to tell you if you have COVID or not in minutes. I mean, really, really fast stuff. So it's a test that has really 4 major advantages. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one, it can be taken at home, so you don't have to drive to like stadium or hospital, or whatever. You can do it at your house. So that's number one, taken at home. Number two is that it also works really quick. Like it's not like 2, 3 days. And you got to wait for your results and da. Sometimes I know a lot of people have told me they don't even get their results back. So, that's not a problem. That's obviously because it's right there in your hand. So that's 2. Then 3 is that it's not painful. I've done the CVS one a lot, the nasal swab thing. And it's so painful. You're crying, you're like breaking tears in front of like the CVS worker, like them, like you're having an emotional breakdown, like you're like somebody just broke up with you or something and you needed a bowl of ice cream. And so it was crazy. And then of course I was doing it, and then this other car drove the wrong way, so I'm making eye contact with this one car as I'm crying, sniffling tears. But it's not painful. All right, so our test, our test isn't painful. And the biggest thing, honestly, is that it can adapt to new strands of COVID. So that's the problem right now, is that we've been, we talk about internally, is that there's going to be the corona's not going away. It's not going away. So for us, there's going to be we're looking at the world right now, how the world's going to look after COVID, or even I would say rather after this specific strand or 2 strands of COVID. And that's been a really interesting discussion inside the company. One of the big things is that, again, is that it's not really going to go away, because I mean, it was here before, and I mean, this goes in the whole like COVID talk, but it was here before, so it's not going to just go away. I think people don't really understand how fast this thing mutates. I mean, it's like, so in 3 days, you have one virus. This is not like even the COVID virus. This is a generic virus. This is any virus, particularly an RNA virus. If, say a mosquito bites you and has malaria, that malaria virus will mutate in 3 days to more viruses in your body than all the stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Like insane. I mean, you're talking about like counting up all the grains of sand type like quantity. And you can see that's why for us, as data scientists, we kind of understood that mathematics, right? That exponential slope, and said, okay, we got to, do something here. So the adaptability was the first thing that we looked at. Now for us as a company, of course, our first vision wasn't like, okay, let's wait for this pandemic, like guys, don't worry, just sit down a few years, that wasn't our plan. It was really to create quantum technology that helps people. Number one, create quantum technology that helps people. So even the reason we had done the computing work in the first place was to simulate the quantum computing. So as any of you who study quantum computing know or heard of it, is that basically it's not there yet. It's very, very, very primitive. Even though you guys might see like some of the articles like, oh, it's here, it's a quantum supremacy. That's like, I'm gonna tell you guys, that's a bullface lie. It's a lot. That's a lot of media like marketing and stuff like that. And so it's a lot. What happens basically is people who are like, they're trying to get hype, and I get it. It's, they're trying to get hype for their products or their whatever, and they're telling the journalists to, this is what it is, or the journalist taking it obviously a step further, but it's not, it's nowhere near. And same thing with AI. A lot of these technologies, they're nowhere near what we would think they are if you actually are in those spaces. We were in crypto, we left that. We were actually we were deep in the quantum space, like using quantum computers. This was back in 2018, before the White House work, and we were in it. Again, that's my major, my specialty, my whole claim to fame. And even I was like, all right, I didn't let that distract me. So this is a little too early. So how do we build our way to that quantum future? So the collective computing, the network part of it, the computer part of it, came into play with saying, okay, we can simulate this quantum computing faster or better than it's being actually run and performed today. So in other words, with our collective computer versus your, quote unquote, run of the mill quantum computer, we can basically do more quantum computing than you can. That's why we made it. And then from there, we use that to design physical, in-person hardware products, physical products. So that's where you're seeing Nanosplash come out, because it uses nanotechnology. So nano and quantum, they go hand in hand. And so as you'll see in the future, we'll be making more and more quantum products, where it's like basically it's gonna get more and more sci-fi. That's like the simple version of it. It's gonna get more and more sci-fi looking. It's gonna get really cool. And so this is just the beginning. We're gonna see a larger line of quantum computing or quantum engineering products.
Now, that's really interesting, Ryan. One thing that you just said that intrigued me was that nano and quantum kind of go hand in hand. Can you explain a little
Yeah.
bit more about that? Like how
Yeah,
that actually.
absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to. And so basically, I'm going to pretend like, people here have not really heard of it. So if everyone's already heard of it, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence. So with nano, right? So nano is a prefix, and it refers to an abbreviation, right, for a certain a size, a scale. So for instance, if you say like a tenth, right? I want a tenth of a pizza, or a tenth of an ounce, or a tenth of an ounce of, ingredient for my cooking, then that's referring to a scale, a measurement, right? So a tenth, obviously 1/10, we know that, right? 100th, obviously we know that. So so nano is 10 to the negative 9. So in other words, really, really, really small compared to whatever it is you're referring to. So if I said nanometer, right, 10 to the negative 9 meters. So if you had a meter and you cut it up basically into, what is that, like a billion units, a billion units. And so that's the sense of the size. And so where the quantum comes in there, and so quantum deals with physics that's very, very small. So as you start dealing with things that are smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, then you start dealing into a different realm of physics called quantum physics. Quantum physics. And so to speak to that to a larger point, that's really the conversation, that same conversation is where quantum computing came out of. So what happened is that, they were making computers, and they made them smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Some of you might know this as Moore's Law. So it's by Gordon Moore. So he was the chairman of Intel. And he basically sort of prophesizes that computers will double in computing power every couple of years. He said exactly every 18 months. Every 18 months, because we're having the size of our chips. But again, you can do that only for so long, right? Until you get to a point where there's a different type of physics. There's a different type of physics, quantum physics. So the rules are different. The rules are different. So now you've got to engineer it and using those rules as opposed to using the other rules before. And so quantum affects nano, where again, if you're making something that's really small, is you have to then look at it not from a classical lens, but from a quantum lens. And that obviously means a whole range of things. But one of those things that it references is the consequence of that statement is position. So, physically, obviously I'm right here, you're right there, everyone's, sitting in their chair or whatever, you're in a position. But with quantum is that the position isn't so clear. You can't really say like a particle is here or here or here or here. In quantum, it's more like it's in this general region. And I can talk about that more in a second, but it's in this general region. So in other words, when you're building things that are small, that's one thing you have to consider is positioning. You're not going to a situation where there's something that's like right here in front of you, something you could touch and feel, is now more in a general region where you can't really pinpoint it. You have to kind of describe what area it might be in. So it's just one of the consequences. And that speaks to, again, what quantum engineering is. People ask me, of course, what that is. Quantum engineering is really looking at the world through a quantum lens, looking at a world saying, okay, how does quantum play into this? Or how does the philosophies or tenets of quantum physics, how are they relevant to what we're doing? I'll give an example of that now. So with one thing with quantum, so I mentioned position, right? I said it was in a region. So then two, another thing about quantum is it's probabilistic. Probabilistic, meaning that, in the real world, we say we flip a coin, it's 50-50 chance of it being heads or tails. In quantum, it's a little different than that. So there's a percentage point that it might actually phase through the floor. There's always different percentages where the results that you think are expected to happen won't necessarily happen. It won't necessarily happen. So in quantum, if you like hit your head against the wall, after a million times, at some point your head's going to phase through the wall. At some point your head's going to phase through the wall. So that's one of the rules of quantum, is that like what we take for granted as facts isn't really fact. It's probabilistic. It's probabilistic. So what does that lend itself towards? So in finance, right, where it's difficult to predict with certainty the future, how a stock is going to perform, up, down, left, right, should I short it, what have you, is that quantum can come in and say, okay, well, this is a probabilistic problem. I'm good at probability. So I can tackle this probability problem, in a way that's really easy for me because I speak that language. So anyone who's been following the quantum computing arena has seen a lot of attention and activity in the finance region, and which is something we knew about like years ago, actually. But we decided to go to biology, drug discovery phase because we basically want to create more of an impact than that. But quantum finance is something we saw like years ago. And again, it's because of that probabilistic nature to it, which quantum speaks probability. So that made a lot of sense. So yeah, that's that's all in that answer.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, like, how do you see quantum computing in the future in terms of like how the common person will interact with it?
That's actually the thesis of Conduit. Great question is, how do we bring this to the masses? So like we're not a company, let's say like Lockheed Martin, right? They make specifically weapons and materials for government. Like that's their thing, which is fine. That's them. But for us, our thing has always been more in the line of like a, Ford, of an Apple, of a Sony. We really want to make things that are for consumers ultimately, even if it's distributed through other businesses. We want it to ultimately be directly consumed by the consumer. And so with that, your specific question is that's the thing that we look at every day. For us, what I foresee is really work in terms of wearables, and also in terms of human augmentation, for sure. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of room there in the biology space. So remember, guys, quantum computing is just a tool. A computer is just a tool. It's all just a tool. And that's why I think actually some of the challenge I've seen on people when I try and explain Conduit, who's like, okay, you're a quantum engineering company. Okay, how does the bio, and all stuff fit into it, or cloud, is that I always remind them is, listen, it's a tool. So it's not, you don't want to just, your company be based solely on the tool, right? But the problem with that tool solves. And so for us, we can make the quantum computing stuff, but if we don't know what problem we're solving, right, it's like, it doesn't really work. Anyone, who's done anything handy, right? There's a certain screwdriver for a certain screw, and you can't really mess up that order. So if I just said, can you make a screwdriver for any problem, what would that even look like? So to your specific point, the reason I was saying the biology is because there's a lot of potential there in the biology space. Biology, again, was one of those areas that was pinpointed, even going into the century, as that's really going to be the area of innovation for us and revolution. So when you guys see like the sci-fi movies, there's some like wearable biotech, they are kind of pointing to something there. All the scientists and all this stuff, they're saying this, in their conversations, is that biology is really going to be what's going to take over this century. So things like CRISPR with gene editing. We all saw that was like I think Dolly the sheep was her name. Dolly the sheep they cloned in like late 90s or 2000s. So that's been accelerating, and it's only going to accelerate further. And so actually thereby these it's actually really interesting for our time period because of the ethics around that, right? Because we're going to be first time in ever where the questions of, lifespan, should humans die? Should they not die? If we have the ability to make them live for 100 years longer, should we do that? Can we do that? Who gets access to that? You're kind of seeing some of those questions down to the access, right? With the vaccine, who has first priority? How do those things occur? So it's, this time period, is really interesting. But then when I get used to the question in the wearables, is a big one. And then two, I think what we want to do with it, I expect I can speak to that a lot more, is to do a wearable bio augmented type approach. And I think that lends up to our natural expertise again with the White House, with the nanosplash. And because we see a great future for nanotechnology, period, which is really, really exciting. There's things like, for instance, there's this robot, this idea that's kind of in the nanotech space. So if you see this idea, someone took it from like a book or something, but it's this idea of these robots that like can go inside your body and use your glucose as energy. So you could eat like a donut, and it won't mess up your insulin because the robots are using that sugar, right, to fuel some sort of repair operation in your body. So that's part of the zeitgeist. So we want to take the company in that direction. And again, all that stuff's so small that quantum comes into play. But again, quantum is just a tool to really solve these human needs. So last thing I'll say to that question is, right now I'm actually writing a quantum engineering book. And the first thing I'm doing with the book is explaining, what is the unique role of quantum engineering? What is the unique role of quantum computing? Because that's really the basic question to answer, right? To answer your question. But before we say how to bring it to the masses, okay, well, what can we bring to the masses? Like what unique value add does this have that we want to bring out to the market? And so those are really the questions you have to ask yourself. And what's interesting though, if you really think about it, is like a lot of the problems we face now, we don't really need a quantum computer for it. To be totally honest with you guys, for like world hunger, we don't need a quantum computer to solve world hunger. There's not like someone saying like, if only we had a quantum computer, world hunger would be over. Like that, there's no one doing that. If only we had a quantum computer, there'd be no more war. No one's doing that. If only we had a quantum computer, there'd be better healthcare. No one's doing that. And that's not a lot of our problems now, guys. I mean, as we all have seen, is that are really human problems. I mean, they're really we passed the phase, with the Industrial Revolution and the Farmers Revolution, where we're like, we have to fight each other for food or land or survival. Like we really don't need to fight anymore as a species or have these problems, but we kind of choose to keep these things going. So quantum computing really at its best is going to be something that helps us get to a better version of ourselves. Whatever that may be. But I think that's how it can. Now, keep in mind, it will often definitely be used for something more capitalistic, something more, probably some related to cats, some sort of Pinterest. There's going to be some sort of Pinterest version of this somewhere. Like, that's cool. They have their lane too. But I think what it can be that's really important to note is use it as a technology, right, that helps us really become more aware and more in tune of ourselves and our connections with other people. And that's really, really important. So that's what we look at day to day is what are the human problems, right? And why aren't those problems being solved? Again, like world hunger, war, stuff like that. Say, okay, where does quantum fit into that? And then in the day to day, what are the basic issues that we all face that we can make a dent in, a unique dent that only Conduit can do? So yeah.
That's awesome. And that's really interesting too, because the more we get a grasp and the more we apply quantum computing, then essentially we're choosing our biology or we're choosing our evolution as we go forward. So that's really cool. Well, another question I had was like, for those of the people in the audience who are really interested in quantum engineering or they want to become a quantum engineer, what would they need to learn, or what tools can they start working with, playing with, so that they can start learning quantum engineering? Right. No, that's a great question. So the first thing I would say is obviously you got to know quantum. That's the first thing. Just getting there, right? So there's in quantum engineering, there's a lot of different ways you can approach it. So usually, the way someone approaches, they kind of have one really strong point, really strong angle, right? And then the rest are supplementary skill sets. So in other words, what I'm saying is that someone might be a mathematician, right? That might be, I'm a math person, but I'm approaching the quantum space. So I know a little bit of quantum. I know a little bit about computer science, right? But math's like really my thing. Or same thing, it could be a computer scientist and say, okay, I'm really coming into this at a computer science angle. And I'm again going to learn a little bit of quantum, learn a little bit of math, right? To supplement my skill set. Specifically for quantum engineering, right, is you're going to want to have exposure really to a wide breadth of things, a lot of different options, opportunities, but at the same time, you're going to want to have what's called a T skill set. And anyone's read what is it called? 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. He knows what I'm talking about. He mentions this in the book. Is that you want to have that one key skill set that you have, and then like an exposure to a lot of breadth. So specifically, of course, mathematics. I'd say that's the core. If you had to pick a core skill set to have, it's got to be mathematics, because that's the universal language. That's the universal language of the universe, of God. And Einstein, where he said God speaks in the language of mathematics. So mathematics is key. Mathematics is my favorite subject.
And then two, then going, I would actually say philosophy, if I had to pick one more to really be your core, because when you're talking about quantum, there's a lot of unexplored questions. Number one. Number two, actually, what you were just talking about, this controlling the biology, there's a lot, you would say that I'm tasting something, I'm experiencing something that is sour, but we don't look at our thoughts that way because of our philosophy. So when you explore yourself to different philosophies, say, okay, my thoughts can be just a result of what's around me. And you can see this easily, if you stand up, if you get up and stand up outside, there's got the sun on you, you're gonna think different thoughts, and if you have your phone on versus you don't have different thoughts, so your thoughts are very much so related and reflected by your environment. And so again, to that point, to your main point of the question about what should you study, philosophy and mathematics have to be key, because again, you're going to be able to undo a lot of that thinking in terms of how to look at the world and also how to build inside that world. Those are two big things to do, right? How to look at the world, very, very challenging, and how to build in the world, because you want to build in a way that adds value. So if you don't have a good grasp of the world in some level, at least your own world, the world you're operating in, then you're just going to end up repeating and recreating your own ignorance rather than creating something that's novel and unique. So I'd say philosophy, mathematics, and then after that, I would say really it's computer science. Computer science is key, because when you're talking about quantum computers specifically, right? It's a niche field of computer science, right? So it's like making like a devil's chocolate cake. Like you gotta know how to make cake first, right? Then you gotta know how to make chocolate cake second, right? Then you gotta know how to make the devil's chocolate cake. So you want to build that foundation. And again, I think there's a lot of philosophical implications there when you study computer science. Like for instance, my professor, Seth Lloyd, he wrote a book called Programming the Universe, about how the universe can be seen as a quantum computer computing itself, so, and that would explain both a lot of the combinations we're seeing, the probabilities we're seeing, but also the uniqueness, the inexplicable part of our nature, in terms of our society. And so I'd say studying those three things, philosophy, mathematics, computer science, would be a really strong foundation. In terms of specific tools, I'd recommend there's something called Qiskit. People don't really pronounce it, but it's called Qiskit. That's a good computer software. Helps you simulate quantum algorithms really well. What else? And then two, in terms of, I would say books, actually. Books that would be good to read. I would say actually that book, Programming the Universe, number one. I would say also you want to read the OGs. You want to read like the direct notes of the people who wrote this stuff. So like Schrodinger, read anything by Schrodinger. And then also one of the other books I recommend would be Doors of Perception, which is a famous book. I might be saying his last name wrong, but Thomas Adley. I might be saying that wrong. But famous book. And again, it's about that question of how do you perceive the world? And I'll explain now actually why that perception is so important. So in quantum, right, the thing about quantum that blew people up, they were like, what? I don't understand. How is this going on? This is crazy. Is because in quantum, the world basically recognizes the effect of your perception. So Newton's world, right, we go back to 1600s. Actually, and again, I don't know if you guys know this, he actually wrote his work during a plague. There was a breakout of the plague, and he just went back home. Like, all right, well, I'm just like keep doing math. And he just creates like math. He creates math, he creates calculus, creates three laws, creates the laws of optics. Like he just definitely did his homework times 10. He's that guy who goes home, does his homework, comes back, every assignment's already done for the year. He was that guy times 10. But with Newton, right, you have an apple, again, you drop it. That's what I was saying before. With an apple, you drop it, you know it's gonna fall. Like you for a fact it's gonna fall, period. But quantum, it's not necessarily that way. So before I said probability, right? So it might fall, it might fall to the ground, right? Or might face through the ground. That's a probability. But there's also the probability of perception. It's called the measurement effect. So when you think again philosophically about measurement. So first I'm gonna give the example, and I'm gonna show you guys the philosophy behind it. So when they did an experiment, it's called a double slit experiment. And double slit experiments, they basically shot these electrons through these slits, double slit experiment, right? And long story short, they shot a particle. Remember, we were talking about particles. So shooting a particle, right, through the slit. There's two slits, right? So the particle can only go through one slit at a time. Same thing for you. If there's two doors, right, you can only go through one door at a time. but then they looked at the results and they found particles going through both slits. And like, obviously, like, okay, that makes no sense. I'd be like, again, 2 doors, I'm going through both doors. How? And the crazy part is that it turns out, I'm gonna save you guys the lecture. It turns out is that what happened is that the particle, when it was not being observed, acts like a wave. So it was able to go through both doors at the same time. So think about that. So think about the door example. So there's 2 doors, there's one person, there's one me. I can only go through one door at a time, right? But if I'm a wave, right, then I can go through, I'm a ripple. I'm a ripple in space. So I can go through both doors. So so ironically, at the end, you're seeing me come from both doors, when if I'm a particle, just a solid thing, it's one door. And so, but what causes that difference, right? Okay, it's a particle one time, it's a wave another time. That difference comes from you measuring it. So once you've looked at it, right? So in other words, say you're in the room while you're doing this experiment, the double slit experiment, you're shooting the particles. You got to think about what is measurement, right? So, and I'll keep it simple for you guys. Measurement is when you measure something, you're affecting something. There's no way to observe something without also affecting that thing. So in other words, I'll give you the physical example of this. So we're looking at the double slit experiment, right? Okay, you're looking at the electrons, right? They're coming in. You're like staring at it. But think about it. Think about your brain for a second. How do you see anything, right? So the light has to hit your eye. It creates a neural signal, right, to your brain. Your brain says, this is the image that you're seeing. It's actually, and you guys know it's upside down. So your eye then reverses it right side up, and so you've gotten a signal, right? And then you then spit out an output saying, this is the image that I've seen. So when you're looking at that electron, you're not just like looking at it, right? Something had to hit that electron, hit your eye, your brain process that image, come back, and now you have an image in your mind. So anytime you're looking at anything, right, you're actually affecting it. You're affecting it. And I use the example of teachers and testing, right? So if I'm a teacher and I want to know what you guys know, I say, okay, I'm going to give you a test, at the end of this lecture, whatever, is that how you perform on that, right, has many different variables to it. So you could just like not understand the question. English cannot be your first language. You gotta go to the bathroom, so you can't think. And so there's all these different variables that would affect the output. So when you're measuring something, you're affecting that thing. Even if it was a surprise test in that example, right? Again, you can just be a bad test taker. You can have super anxiety while you're taking the test. So again, doing an act of I want to know what you know creates an effect where I'll never fully get to understand what you guys know, because it's just the fact that I'm measuring it changes the whole situation. And that's actually and that's a philosophical tenet that quantum physics proves about the world, is that when you measure something, and then that you'll be observed by it. And this is actually something that if you study Buddhism, they talk about this, is that the observed and the observer become one and the same. The observed and the observer become one and the same. And there's also different parallels in other religions and spiritual texts too, but that's just one I want to bring up. Yeah.
Awesome. Also, I was wondering about wait, Hamza, you can go because you haven't had that.
Yeah, I noticed like clearly you definitely have a whole lot of passion in this subject and everything. And I wanted to know what sparked that. And so much so to even create a whole major in quantum engineering. Like I want to know what kind of drove that from the beginning and how that continued to grow.
Oh man, that's great. That's a great question. So it started out, man, where I always want to be an inventor. So those are like, so there's like these kind of 3 or 4 major, just business or science become assumptions, but just like things that just about me that define my future path. And one of them was that one, I knew that I wanted to make history. That was number 1. And 2, I knew that I was good at a lot of different things. But I knew that something like this, entrepreneurship, doing something like quantum computing, making your own major, would test that ability to its max. So it's kind of like, all right, you ran this race at 10 seconds. Let's see if you can do it in 9 seconds. And so it's like that type of mentality. Like, all right, yeah, you're good at all these things. What happens if we tax that to the maximum? How far will you go? So I'll speak to that point in a second. And then the third point was really just seeing the world and just wanting to be a better place. Those are the 3 big things. So it was like the humanitarian desire for impact, the more like self-focused drive of wanting to make history, and then 3, just also just from a perspective of I think just seeing the opportunity that was available with quantum engineering. So I'm talking about the invention aspect. So I'll talk about the invention aspect first. So the invention aspect, when I was a kid, I was writing down different inventions and all this stuff, and always wanted to make my own tech company. Always wanted to do that. And so going into that is I knew that's why I went to MIT. So I said, okay, I know how to, I know business, and at this point I'd done poetry and stuff like that. I run a football team, was with all these different clubs and stuff. I said, but I really want to have the utmost technical expertise so that I can perform it again at a very, very high level. So like I have the business expertise, how do I get the technical expertise to again perform at a high level so that when I'm leading my team, my company, right, I can understand the scientist and the engineer and the lawyer and the accountant and the salesperson. I can be that nexus, where everyone can communicate. And actually, funny enough, that's actually what ended up happening is that now, again, I can talk to the business person and they get what they're saying and vice versa. I mean, I'm talking to you guys now. So I basically trained myself to be in this position I'm in right now. So like what you're saying now is literally like a conscious, contrived, intentional plan from like when I was like 12 years old. Very conscious every day, day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. So it's been cool to again see that plan come to fruition. But so that was the inventing aspect. And then again, I'd seen in that invention aspect, I'd seen so many things, man, that I wanted to like invent, but I just wasn't in a position to do. Like I remember being in chemistry class and thinking of different principles, like the equilibrium principle, that equations have to balance out to equilibrium. I flipped the page and someone's already discovered that, so I kept basically doing things and people would already do them, so I was like, so, okay, what can I do, right? That's new, that's really new. And I can sink my teeth into with all my ability. So quantum, talking about the last question, actually, what do you need to learn? The reason I love quantum is because you have to learn everything at the same time. So you got to learn, again, like I was saying, philosophy, mathematics, computer science, and you have to, again, now biology, machine learning, government funding for the White House stuff. Like, you got to learn everything from, again, that's what I was saying, the knowing it and then the doing it, making it happen aspect. You got the scientific, theoretical stuff on the board, and then you got the real world, day-to-day execution of that, which are two very different things. And they both, again, demand a lot, especially if you're doing both. Because it demands the best of every one of your skills, every single one of your skill sets. So I think that's and unfortunately my team appreciates that, so they can just do what they're doing, not worry about all the other aspects. So that was the invention aspect, doing something new, sinking my teeth into something. That's one. Two, for the testing the ability part, again, I was saying, is that, I've made a poetry book, I've done music, I play saxophone, so I'm just good at a lot of these different things. And so for me, I was like, okay, how do you, and even when I was in my fraternity, actually, when I was in high school and in college, I was always kind of known as that person that, if you need to get something done, that was me, like under budget, less time than normal, I could get it done. And so how do you challenge that person to like the ultimate max? You give them like, okay, let's do something that's never been done before. All right, you can do this, you can plan this event, in like half the time, half the budget, whatever. You can, graduate from MIT, again, these really hard things. All right, now you've got to go harder and go harder and go harder, and see, okay, how far can you really stretch that ability? And this has been an interesting ability to stretch because, again, it's been the coordination of all the abilities. But also for us, it's taken a lot of, with good things, right? It takes a long time to build them up. Like you could be the most diligent like person, say for working out, right? Nutrition on point, eating salads every day, but it's going to take some time for you to see results. That's just what it is. Like you could be perfect at something, but it just takes time to see results. You're not going to go from like 0 to 100 in one day. And in fact, here, the diligence required isn't just, again, in the skill set, right? The leadership and the speaking and the quantum, but it's actually in the patience. The patience is probably one of the biggest skill sets. So like basically being able to take the punches, right? And keep going and keep going and keep going. So even if I was like me, all the traits of me, but I didn't have the patience or just honestly the pain tolerance, right? That I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. And so it tests that to its max. And then, but in doing so, it pushes you further, right? It pushes you further than you've ever gone. So if I had just done something else with my skill set, I could be using one or two skills and still getting paid really nice, which is cool. And that's totally fine. But again, for me, I'm like, how can I outdo myself every time? Because for me, my like idols or what have you, the people that I look up to are like, the people who are like so great. You guys got to remember too, it's one thing to be great in like that day, that year, 10 years, and in your lifetime. It's nothing to be great for like generations. for generations. Like that's different. Like you gotta remember, like a lot of the mathematicians, like Archimedes, Plato, all that stuff, like the old OGs, as I like to call them, they outlasted their whole civilization. Can you imagine you're this guy that's walking around, you're at trial, these people hate your guts, right? And they're like, you're gonna sentence you to death. And little do they know that you're the only memory that they're gonna have of those people ever. That's insane. For your whole civilization. So your civilization's been around for, imagine like your own life, right? America's been around 300 years. 1,000 years from now, they don't even mention much America, but they mention your name. That's really crazy. And so I'm not to say that from like an egotistical perspective of like, oh, me, but more so, can you challenge yourself to the point where you can extract that greatness from yourself? All of us are capable of greatness, in our own right. But I think it's about, again, extracting that and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, right? So much so that you get those diamonds. And so that's why I do a Conduit, is we have a team of people that are constantly focused on extracting that last bit of greatness and then directing that into a specific direction. And that's how we've gotten the progress we've gotten so far. Where again, we've made history a bunch of times, we've been compared to Steve Jobs a bunch of times. We've, gotten a patent for this and that. We're working with the White House, is again, just like that push. And so that historical standard of being so great, again, of lasting for whatever generations, is more about, can you achieve that level of basic personal development, right, on your own? Now, keep in mind, that doesn't have to be anyone else's standard. That's just my standard, because that's just what I enjoy. It's what I enjoy. So yeah.
I would. Okay. So that. Yeah. So one of the questions I had about one of the things you said was, if you're going to be in quantum, you have to be, like you said, a jack of all trades. But then that other part, master of none. So I'm wondering, like, what's your take on that? Because that's something I wrestle with too. Because I came from a computer science background, but now I'm like, I want that math background. And so, but I'm also like, I love physics. And so, like, I'm wondering, like, what's on that and like learning all those things. And like you said, you have to get theoretical, but then as an engineer, especially a real world engineer, you have to put that into practice, right? So yeah, what's your take on that?
Oh man, and what I can totally relate to that too, because not only engineer, right, you have to put it into practice, but then engineer, entrepreneur, right, you've got to like execute it, get the funding for it, you got to pitch people, you got to make the pitch deck and the one pager and the website and so I definitely feel that. Actually, part of the nanosplash conversation we had internally was like we could have done some really far out stuff, talking about nanorobots and the glucose. But we said, okay, what can we do and like more immediately, right, in the short term time period, like 1 year, 2 years type thing. So there's projects like these guys probably want to see for a few years that are like insane that we could genuinely implement. But it's like, okay, what can we do within a short time space? So I understand what you're saying. So the way I do it is really, I think as you have to try to find the intersections of all these fields, the intersections. That's really, once you get into that place, it's going to help a lot. So I use the example. One thing I use is etymology, right? So whether I'm talking about quantum or literature, I look at it through this lens of etymology. I say, okay, well, what are the words? What do words mean? And when you now talk about words, we start studying computer science, you start talking about communicating information, right? So in other words, what you want to do is you want to craft this structure in your brain. Okay, well, yes, quantum seems different from literature, seems different from computer science, but what are the fundamentals that I can draw from that and take from with me everywhere? So when I get one lens, I'll mention one more too, but one lens is etymology. It's basically how do you communication theory. So you want to look at everything. This will be really helpful. Look at everything as communication and expression. So if we look at an amazing pianist, right, is that what they're doing? They're amazing, but they're amazing because they can communicate themselves. They can express themselves. Same thing with the bodybuilder. This amazing bodies because they've expressed their willpower right onto their body. So you want to always look at everything through communication. So when I'm talking about quantum and I'm saying, okay, I want to make this physical product, right? I'm going to make personal quantum computers and wearables and technology, What I'm saying to myself is, in my mind is, okay, what do I really want to communicate? What I want to communicate. So when I create Nanosplash, what I'm saying is, okay, and that's why I'm saying philosophy is so important, because the way you create is a reflection of the creator. Creation is a reflection of the creator. And same thing, that's the same kind of paradox of thinking for the observation effect. The observed becomes the observer becomes the observed. So there's like these paradoxes. So that is how the world works. So then go back to the lens of communication. is so I'm making this physical product. Okay, what have I communicated? What values have I embedded into this physical product? So with Nanosplash, based on the things I was telling you, is that we value simplicity, right? It's just a bottle, you spit into it, boom. So the fact I made that shows that I believe that simplicity is, one, important, and two, people want simplicity. People want simplicity, and I believe simplicity is important. So you want to say, what are you communicating? And if you take that lens of communication to your different fields, it'll help screen out the fundamentals. And so then to that point, I'll take that one step deeper. So we talked about communication and expression. Two, symbols. Symbols are very, very important. I think symbols is one of those lenses, again, that will, if you look at it from everything from a lens of symbolism, it'll help you in all your different fields. So I'll use that lens for what I do, the entrepreneurship engineer thing. So with symbols, right, I'm saying, okay, for the brand, what does our brand as a symbol, what does it represent? You know, again, what am I communicating, right? What does a symbol communicate to my audience, number one? Number two, then in terms of symbols, then I'm looking at the structure of the bottle. What am I communicating? And then I'm thinking, okay, is that same way you communicate to, you're going to communicate to your mom differently than your dad, differently than your friends. Okay, has my communication tailored appropriately to my audience? Is it tailored appropriately to my audience? So that's why I see communication so useful. Then you're talking about, okay, now that's the humanities, Now let's go back to the technical side. We're talking about the White House work, communication. So we simulate the genes on the supercomputer. So I say, okay, how accurately does the DNA symbolize the structure of the virus? In other words, if I use this DNA to construct this virus, how accurately am I going to be able to simulate this virus? Is it going to be 99% accurate? Is it going to be 100% accurate? How closely in line is that expression, right, going to be to the intention? The expression to the intention. So I'm saying, okay, what I'm creating on this computer as a symbol. And so I'm interacting with the symbol as a way to interact with the real thing. So looking at things, so lens of communication, one, two, symbolism, and I think I would guess three would be expression, will help you a lot in those different fields. So then again, with the scientists, think about what they're trying to express, and it'll help you a lot.
Yeah, well, that was great. And I just want to say, as a last thing, I would like to point out, before we get off, because we do have to start our next talk soon. But I did want to say that it is amazing what you've been able to accomplish. It's amazing that you've been able to raise so much funding, and that you've been able to start a company at MIT, your sophomore year, your second year. And so that's intense. It's pretty crazy. And I know and hopefully we've had so much fun talking to you, and this is something we've been struggling with since yesterday was everybody, it's just, we're having a good time asking people questions and
right.
But yeah, I guess we would also at some point like to hear about because I know you touched on it a little bit, just what it's been raising funding for you as a Black man. So yeah, I think that would definitely be something we talk about. So I definitely talked a little bit about what that was at some point. But yeah.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And,
yeah, of course, guys. Anytime, feel free to reach out. I love next time to talk about the investor stuff. That's definitely an interesting topic.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, man. I'm glad you came on.
Cool. Likewise.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right,
You
Ryan.
too.
Bye.
Too, man.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to be right back at probably 1 o'clock, 1:05, as we get our next speaker set up. So thank you for tuning in. We'll be right back.
Looking at beats. Mackay Beats. Mackay Beats. Mackay Beats. Mackay Beats.
Awesome. Hey everyone, welcome back. We have an amazing talk coming up by Chinasa Okolo called The Limits of Global Inclusion in AI Development. So I'll start with an introduction of Chinasa. Chinasa T. Okolo is a third-year PhD student in the Department of Computer Science at Cornell University. Her research leverages recognition techniques and computer vision to improve mobile healthcare in low-resource regions for the rapid diagnosis of infectious and tropical diseases. She also works on research projects to analyze the applications, implications, and perceptions of AI-enabled healthcare deployed throughout the global South and North. Chinasa co-organizes the Mechanism Design for Social Good Working Group on development, where she leads collaboration and discussion amongst the practitioners and academics to understand and tackle issues pertaining to the role of technology in emerging nations and under-resourced settings. Her work has been supported by funding from the National GEMS Consortium, Oracle Corporation, and the North American Network Operators Group. Chinasa holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from Pomona College and has previously interned at Microsoft Research in Cambridge, England, where she developed computational models and domain-specific computational tools for bacterial quorum sensing. Everybody welcome Chinasa.
All right. Thank you all so much for the great introduction. I'm super happy to be here. So also, I want to definitely acknowledge my fabulous co-authors who helped greatly with this, I would say, the paper that I will be presenting today. And also, just wanted to note to the audience that I would love for y'all in the Q&A session to ask as many questions as you want to, specifically about things maybe outside of academia. And so, yeah, I'll get started. All right. So we see that the arm of global inequality is long. It's rendering itself visible, especially in the development of artificial intelligence, also known as AI. In an analysis of publications at two major machine learning conference venues, NeurIPS, which used to be called NIPS, and ICML, both that occurred in 2020, we found that of the top 10 countries in terms of publication index, none of them were located in Latin America, Africa, or Southeast Asia. And and thinking about a couple of years ago, we actually never really saw any publications in these top conference venues from the African continent at all. And so although we see that, just conference publications are just one metric, they remain the predominant medium in which the progress of AI is disseminated. And such, this serves as a signal as to who is generating research within this field. Again, we see that current global inequality in AI development, it involves both a concentration of profits and a danger of ignoring the context of AI to which it is applied. And so as we see, as these systems become increasingly integrated into society, we see that those responsible for developing and implementing such systems stand to profit to a large extent. And this has a possibility to exacerbate existing inequities throughout the global South and the world at large. In this work, we focus on implications of participation for global inequality, focusing particularly on the limitations in which inclusion in AI development is practiced throughout the global South. We'll look specifically at how this plays out in the domains of data sets and research labs, and conclude with a discussion of opportunities for improving the power imbalance in AI development. First off, our paper was motivated by the theme of power, not just inclusion. We believe that more focus should be placed on the redistribution of power rather than just on the inclusion of underrepresented groups in the active development of AI systems. First off, we'll talk a bit about data sets. And so we see that given the centrality of large amounts of data in today's machine learning systems, there appears to be a substantial opportunity for inclusion in both the data collection and labeling process. However, we see that data collection is a practice that is wrought with problems of inclusion and representation. We see that first, two large publicly available image data sets are ImageNet, which is, I would say, the standard for computer vision in the field, and also Open Images are both US and Eurocentric. So what this means is that work by Shankar et al. Argues that this model trained on the data sets, they perform much worse on images for the global South. For example, weddings don't look the same all over the world. And so we see that images of grooms are classified with a lower accuracy when they come from countries such as Ethiopia or Pakistan, compared to grooms from Western countries like the United States and or the UK. Again, so along this vein, other work done by DeVries et al. Shows that images of the same words, such as weddings or spices or even just food in general, look very different when they are asked or queried in different languages, as they present differently in different cultures. Again, we see that these object recognition data sets, they fail to models themselves actually fail to correctly classify many of these kinds of images or objects when they come from the global South and other in these regions. We believe that a representative data set is crucial to allowing models to learn how certain objects and concepts are represented in different cultures, and is important for equal representation in society and throughout machine learning, AI as a whole. So the data collection and labeling market is expected to grow to 6.5 billion USD by 2027, according to Grandview Research. While Cognlytica, another market research firm, estimates that over 80% of the machine learning development process consists of data preparation tasks such as collection, cleaning, and labeling. We see that large tech companies such as Uber and Alphabet, which is a parent company of Google, rely heavily on these services while paying millions of dollars monthly for these respective services. We see that the importance of data labeling and machine learning research has led to the crowdsourcing of this work, which means that anonymous individuals are compensated for completing this work by labeling images or videos. And so a major venue for this work is Amazon Mechanical Turk, which hosts a significant portion of consumers from the global South, primarily located in Southeast Asia or India to be specific. Other companies such as Semasource, Scale AI, and Mighty AI also operate in the United States, but they crowdsource workers from around the world, primarily relying on low-wage workers from Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. This reliance on workers from these regions has led to a significant pay disparity between the millions in profits earned by data labeling companies and worker earnings. So for example, Semasource, a data labeling country based in the United States, they made $19 million in 2019, but we see that workers usually from that company made the equivalent of $8 a day in USD. While we know that 8 USD, or just like earning in dollars, American dollars, may be a living wage in some countries, this massive profit disparity remains despite the importance of these workers to the core business of these companies. All right, so next we're going to talk about some barriers to participation and problems with this that occur, that inhibit, populations from equitably contributing to AI. So we see that, the most obvious thing is that first off, you need a computing device and stable internet access to access a lot of these data labeling platforms. And again, we know that infrastructural, problems are present and predominantly present throughout a lot of regions in the global South, which is, the foremost barrier itself. And so we know that, goods such as, access to technology and also access to internet are highly correlated with socioeconomic status and for geographic locations. Thus, we see that this serves as a barrier for participation for many throughout the global South. Again, we know that a reliable internet connection is necessary for finding both, tasks to complete and completing those tasks, and also accessing the payment for these tasks. And again, we also see that those in the global South are, disproportionately pay more for internet access than those in the global North. And another barrier we see that is the method for payment and data labeling services on many of these platforms. For example, Amazon Mechanical Turk is a very widely used platform for finding data labelers, but they only allow payments to a US bank account or in the form of an Amazon gift card. So obviously, if you're in a country that does not have access to an Amazon, which, it's not really that common in a lot of regions throughout the global South, then obviously you'll probably not be able to join a platform and or get paid at all. And we see that these methods of payment restrict may not only be, what is desired by the worker, but they can kind of deter people from actually working for these respective platforms. All right. So going into some work about, just thinking about how AI development is highly concentrated in countries throughout the global North, we see that, this happens for a lot of reasons. And so for one, I would say that it's really just the abundance of capital that is present in these companies, but again, and also well-funded research institutions and also technical infrastructure, which really plays a significant role. And we see that, these conditions came across obviously due to the history of colonial exploitation of the global South, where we saw that, European states, they plundered labor and capital for the benefit of the, largest cities and larger countries, or, the colonies, and to the detriment of the colonized countries. And we see that, this colonization or plundering was justified because white supremacy, of course, and also, the colonized peoples were seen as uncivilized. And so, they were actually relegated, to more fit to perform physical labor at, excruciating, pains, and also at wages that were much lower than those paid to Europeans. We also, see this up until today, where, a lot of, I would say, marginalized populations, excuse me, in Western countries are, relegated to more like frontline, central worker positions, while the elite, stay at the top in their comfy jobs, obviously in these times of Corona, being able to, work from home. All right. And so again, we see that these colonized peoples, they were for the most part prevented from engaging in more lucrative businesses of insurance, banking, industry, and trading, both back then and now. And so we see that as the labor and natural capital of colonized nations became indispensable to European economies and economic projects, these institutions throughout Europe and the Western world in general capture the vast majority of this wealth, which still stands till today. So we see that current practices, they neglect consent and poorly represent areas of the global South. Image data sets, such as the ones mentioned before, like ImageNet and OpenView, are often collected without consent from the people involved, and sometimes even contain a large amount of pornographic context. While others, such as those from companies and end users, they benefit from the use of this sensitive data. And again, so work from Joe and Gebru, they suggest that we should draw from the long-held tradition of archives, when collecting data, because this is a discipline, and this should already be thinking about challenges like consent and privacy as well. And so we know that, although data is very central to the AI systems of today, data labelers should only receive a disproportionately tiny portion of the profits of building these AI systems. In parallel with colonial projects of resource extraction, such as oils, minerals, diamonds, gold, all of that, we see that, data labeling kind of mirrors this as an extraction of meaning from data, and it's no way out of a cycle of colonial dependence. So we believe that, again, obviously pay equity, improving that is a first step as well. But, companies and also just larger institutions should do more than that to, kind of mirror away from the cycle of colonial dependence that has plagued many countries in the global South for decades or even centuries. All right. So our next session, we'll talk about research labs throughout the Global South, and AI research labs to be more specific. And so we've seen that, this has become much more popular. Some companies have had AI research labs on the African continent for a couple of years, like IBM, with locations both in Nairobi, Kenya, and Johannesburg, South Africa. But we've, I would say, a more prominent lab that came recently was Google AI Accra, in Accra, Ghana, which I will talk about very shortly. And so as the ascendance of AI becomes more important to the bottom lines of many large tech companies, we believe that industrial research labs have spun out that focus solely on artificial intelligence and its respective applications. And so companies from Google to Amazon to Snapchat have doubled down in this field and have opened up labs leveraging AI for web search, language processing, video recognition, voice applications, and much more. And I do want to note that out of the companies I just mentioned, only Google has research labs in the Global South, and India, throughout Africa, and I think throughout South America as well. But Amazon and Snapchat have not, gone into these realms as well. And another important part is that we see that these, research labs are also focusing on, very important, I would say, problems throughout the global south, such as agriculture, healthcare, and education. We do see that within Africa, there's a very large focus on agriculture and climate, which makes a lot of sense just because, as the continent, begins to or continues to industrialize, this will be a huge area that for potential gain, both, in wealth and also in knowledge creation as well. All right. So we see that, as AI becomes increasingly integrated into the livelihoods of consumers around the world, tech companies have recognized the importance of democratizing AI development and moving it outside the bounds of the global north. Of 5 notable companies that develop AI solutions, such as Google, Microsoft, IBM, Facebook, and Amazon, we see that out of these 5, 3, Google, Microsoft, and IBM have research labs in the global south, and all either have development centers, customer support centers, and or data centers within these regions. And just to bring a big point about data centers, these are things where locations where data is actually processed. And so in terms of I would say Europe more specifically, or the EU, this has become very important just because of privacy regulations that have sprung about because of GDPR. There are major privacy I would say law or set of regulations. And so as privacy regulations and also policies form to I would say understand and enforce regulations surrounding data, the use of data from I guess consumers within these respective countries throughout the global south, I believe that data centers will become a bit more common. So we see that as the opening of data centers and AI research labs in the global south, they may appear beneficial at first for the local workforce, but however, these positions, they require technical expertise, which the local population may not have. So again, we kind of see the same mirroring of colonial, dependence, or I would say colonial mentalities in the, I would say the outsourcing or I would say the intrusion of technical talent into these regions. And so we believe that, while the local populations may not have enough talent, we see that this introduces opportunities for displacement from those from the global north who have more access to specialized training needed both to develop, maintain, and deploy AI systems. And again, I think this speaks more broadly to the educational sector in a lot of countries in the global South, just because many scholars are dependent on Western institutions for higher education, or I would say like postgraduate education as well. And so given the unequal distribution of AI development globally, it's very common for AI researchers and practitioners to both work and study in places outside of their home countries, i.e. outside of the global South. For example, pictured here is Mustafa Sis. He's actually the current director of Google AI Accra. He's originally from Senegal, but he was recruited to Google from Facebook AI Researcher Fair, where he was working in Menlo Park, California. And a new lab actually recently opened up in Nairobi, Kenya, for Microsoft Research. The director of that lab was actually recruited from Microsoft Research India, but before then, she was a research scientist at Xerox in France, and I believe that she's from France or another country within Europe as well. All right. And so we see that as several companies have established research facilities across the world and in the global South, we believe that these efforts remain insufficient at addressing long-term problems within the AI ecosystem. A recent report from Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technologies, also known as CSET, they describe the establishment of AI labs by US companies such as Facebook, Google, IBM, and Microsoft abroad. And so this report notes that both that 68% of the 62 AI labs of these companies are located outside of the US, but actually 68% of the staff of the same actual number, 68, are located within the United States. So we noticed that this leads to about the international research labs or offices of these respective companies having about half the employee population compared to the average, on average, related to the domestic US locations. And so we see that, in terms of improving how the local workforce can be involved in, AI development, or just, I would say, technology development throughout the global South in general, there is a general strategy that is usually taken upon by companies or larger institutions. And so we see that the general strategy of partnering with existing institutions, such as, I would say, universities, and or acquiring startups and the formation of AI labs outside the United States, it has the potential to reinforce existing inequities by investing in locations with already thriving tech ecosystems. And so one notable, I would say, exception to this is Google's investment into infrastructure, skills training, and startups within Ghana. This was talked about by Victor Asamoah, who is a very large VC venture capital investor throughout the African continent. And so we find that, we believe that a long-term investment and planning in the global South can form both the stepping stones for broadening AI to include underrepresented and marginalized communities. And so, but even so, with this long-term investment into regions in the global South, we believe there's a couple of questions that still remain, where, is there actually enough opportunities for residents to be engaged? Because I would say one, again, there are the barriers to participation that I described earlier, such as internet access, and also, just access to having a suitable device to, learn how to code, or even learn, online digital marketing skills. That still is a hurdle for many people. And so we see that there is a very large gap in these countries between both, I would say, the lower class and the middle class, and this continues to widen, as inequities continue to further on. And so going back into, I would say, the tech companies or institution or research labs themselves, we see that it may not really be, I would say, it's still hard to tell whether local residents are provided enough opportunities to actually join management and contribute to important strategic decisions. Just mainly, again, speaking on to how, these AI research labs are actually staffed in the first place. And so it's super popular from maybe, let's say, like a senior manager from I guess like Google or Facebook in the US to, maybe like take a chance on, going to India or, Kenya for a year or so to help establish a lab. And so, oftentimes they stay and we don't really see these opportunities given to local AI talent as well. And so we believe that true inclusion in AI, especially at the industry level, necessitates that underrepresented voices can be found in all ranks of a company's hierarchy, including both positions of lower and upper management. And also, if this is taken advantage of, this ability will be critical to ensuring that the benefits of AI apply not only to technical problems that arise in the global South, but to socioeconomic inequalities which persist around the world. And so I'll talk about this a bit later in the presentation, but we believe that improving inclusion in AI and also just in technical development or engagement as well can be seen as a way to improve economic development throughout many regions in the global South and particularly within sub-Saharan Africa. All right. And so thinking about more of the opportunities that are rising throughout for AI, both and also just like technology development as well, we see that while in the face of global inequality in AI development, we see a few promising opportunities, both from, I would say, large tech companies who are, forming initiatives to help, I would say, train the local workforces, and also from grassroots organizations that are, directly working with people to improve both representation in academia and industry as it relates to the development and deployment and use in general of AI. All right. So going back into some grassroots efforts. And so I would say over the past 5 years or so, we've seen just an explosion of so many great organizations that have committed to improving representation and inclusion within the field of AI. And so the emergence of grassroots efforts by these organizations to ensure that, Indigenous communities are actively involved and stakeholders of AI has increasingly been strong. So Black in AI, a nonprofit organization with worldwide membership, was founded to increase the global representation of Black identifying students, researchers, and practitioners in the field of AI. And they have made significant improvements in increasing the number of Black scholars attending and publishing in NeurIPS, which is a premier AI conference, and other conference venues such as ICLR and ICML as well. And so I actually would love to speak a bit more about Black in AI. I'm very fortunate to have, been involved with them as like both, I would say, a participant and also, volunteer from the very start. And so I actually was able to attend, I would say, my second AI conference because of them, and have been able to present, at many subsequent conferences further on. And more other important work they're doing, they actually started, I would say, an academic initiative about 2 years or so ago to help improve graduate representation, AI representation at the graduate levels. And so they have a very active mentor program. I think if I recall last time, maybe around like 500 mentors or so from around the world, who are helping students, a lot of them actually based on the African continent to help get them involved with machine learning and AI and into prestigious institutions, throughout, mainly located in the global north or so, but, throughout the world in general. And so another initiative they have also done, which I'll probably speak to a bit later, is that we see that it's very important for local talent of AI to kind of evolve as well. And so Black in AI has a recent initiative. They just started to learn more about, AI entrepreneurship throughout Africa and also the Africa diaspora in AI. And so I believe that this is a very promising area as well. And so just in general, throughout higher education, that inclusion in AI is extremely sparse. And so going back to recent efforts by Black in AI, they've focused on instituting programming to both support members in graduate programs and also in their postgraduate careers. And then again, throughout the tenure track process of professorship in AI roles and positions, or academia positions. And other efforts such as Kipu AI, which is based in Latin America, they have been established and provide a venue to train aspiring AI researchers and advanced machine learning topics, foster collaborations, and actively participate in how AI is being used to benefit Latin America. In other communities, such as Latinx in AI or LXAI, is a much more broad, focusing on, I would say, the Latino Hispanic diaspora, and improving their representation in AI as well. And so, talking about some other communities on the African continent, we don't have them pictured here, but Data Science Africa is a very large one, and then Deep Learning Indaba also have expanded their efforts. They've established conferences, workshops, different kinds of Slack communities, and even dissertation awards. And then they're also actively developing curricula for the broader African AI community. And I would say one institution or grassroots organization I want to highlight is Masakane NLP. And so NLP is essentially natural language processing. And so I think their efforts are super important and very much needed. And they've done a lot of great work within this space to democratize, I would say, or more specifically, decolonize AI development in the NLP space. And so essentially what this means is that they're helping improve representation of more lower resource rate languages in NLP systems. And this is really important just because one, we noticed that, maybe for any of you who has an accent or whose parents have maybe a foreign accent, one that is not, Western, they fail to be recognized by these voice language systems such as Siri, Alexa, Cortana, etc. And so again, both in English or Western languages such as English, French, Spanish, and their native languages such as for mine, which is Igbo, Hausa, Zulu, etc., Amharic, all that. And so Masakane is actively working on creating, I would say, repositories, or don't know the exact word, repositories of these native languages. One, obviously, to document them, which is super important for both computer scientists and linguists. And then also just to improve how these languages are integrated in these AI systems or AI voice systems that I mentioned beforehand. And so their approach is also very significant because they actively promote that they be included as an active participant within any kind of partnership that they pursue, or any partnership that that people want to approach them with. So I think this is a great stance or standard to have as a grassroots organization focused on the global South and sub-Saharan Africa in general. And so this will allow others to kind of quote unquote come correct in terms of how they both approach AI development and then also improve true inclusion within these spaces. So we see that, a key component of AI inclusion efforts should be should be done to elevate the involvement and participation of those historically excluded from technological development. We see that many startups and several governments across the global South are creating opportunities for local communities to participate in the development and implementation of AI programs, and also through entrepreneurial pathways as well. Thus, in addition to policy that improves work conditions and wages for data labelers and other, I would say low wage jobs in this space, workers should be provided with education opportunities that allow them to contribute to the models they're building in ways beyond labeling. And so kind of going into this as well, labeling really, shouldn't be just the basic level of inclusion. And it's really not, if you think about it as well. I think it's really more important for AI practitioners from the global South to be involved in AI development throughout the actual, I would say, deployment of these systems. And one, I believe that this is very important because just pointed to a recent work by Google. They actually did a study where they developed this AI system to diagnose diabetic retinopathy, or I think that's what it is. Essentially, it's an eye disease that occurs, or blindness that occurs due to diabetes. And so they developed this this fancy model in the lab, but actually when they did a field study in some clinics in Thailand, I think it was 11 clinics or so in Thailand and throughout like Southeast Asia, the system actually didn't really work that well. And of course, in the development of the system, they were able to get, such high quality images. And also there were some, I would say, images from, I think, India that they were able to include in the data set. But again, if you're working in, a fancy lab with, good lighting, good internet connectivity, you're obviously, not going to have the insight to, or the foresight, to predict, what could happen, if this, these kinds of models are deployed in systems that, or in regions that do not have these luxuries. And so, excuse me, going back to the study, we see that what happened in the deployment of these systems was that not only did this AI system for diagnosing diabetic retinopathy not really work well, even though it had very high accuracy in the lab, there were other conditions that complicated its development and like integration. And so one, I would say, was obviously internet connectivity. Again, machine learning models, take a very large amounts of data to train. And even when integrated into maybe say like smaller devices such as mobile phones or tablets, they still require a lot of like computing power from the device itself. And then also just like, they take a lot of bandwidth. And again, pointing to I would say the point I made earlier about, the disproportionate prices that, people pay for data compared to, in the global South compared to those in the global North, this, can incur more, extraneous expenses that may be a burden for, both individuals and institutions, who might not necessarily have the funds to run these models. And another thing we saw that was just the conditions within a clinic, the clinics themselves, were not optimal for, first obtaining, good images that could be used that could be analyzed by the machine learning models that Google developed. So, there was very poor lighting conditions. And so I guess the nurses in this case were not able to foresee they weren't able to like take very high quality images. And so what this happened is that it was basically like a domino effect. So you don't have a high quality image anymore. And so when you input this into the model, obviously it's going to error out or maybe even produce a false result. And so again, like the implications of this, are not only deadly, just thinking about, whatever context you may be based in, whether, you're in the United States, you're in France, or you're in, Nigeria or somewhere. But I think it's a bigger impact, just mainly because, I say it takes, for regions where, there's not a lot of healthcare, there's a lack of access to healthcare, specifically in regards to like clinics or hospitals. Some people may, take a whole day off of work to travel to a hospital. And so if they get a, incorrect diagnosis, not only does this induce fear or stress, it also, prevents them from earning, maybe like another day's wages because they have to take another day off to travel just due to this erroneous result. So kind of like summarizing that point in general, we believe that, inclusion beyond labeling has to, also be involved, has to also include, I would say like AI deployment as well. And even just like the actual design and formation of these systems, because again, obviously, if you live in these regions, throughout the global South, you have prior context and background knowledge that a lot of these Western AI researchers do not have, which can not only save cost for these, large tech companies such as Google and Facebook, but also ensure that, marginalized populations are being equitably, I would say, addressed or included in AI solutions. All right. And again, we see that another issue that I brought about earlier was that these governments throughout the global South, they should actively encourage and foster growth of local startups in these deep emerging technologies. And so definitely, I would say this can be a hurdle just because in a lot of these economies, especially in the governments, we don't have enough specialized, I would say, politicians who actively, or policymakers who know about AI or even technology in general. And also this, even in the United States, this is also an issue. And so we've seen, I would say, organizations or fellowships that have brought in experts from academia and industry into government to help both, I would say, policymakers, speed up their knowledge about AI or just technology in general, and also to help the government actually actively develop, or improve their existing systems. And so I believe that this can be a model that, it can be followed or copied into the global South. But obviously, you still want to think about, the different, colonial connotation or denotations that this may have. And also you just want to think of, be more inclusive of this. And so maybe, thinking about including academics from local universities throughout, the global South as well into government. So we believe that we suggest that you should view AI development as a path for economic development. And so it remains that very essential to both work with and assimilate technology and expertise from foreign companies. It's super imperative that domestic expertise be developed in tandem to shape both the future of AI development and to reap its large profits. And so while we see that, there's still a long way to go in true inclusion or global inclusion of AI and global development, we believe that a lot of the efforts, especially for me, I would say I'm very fond of many of the grassroots initiatives that I mentioned from like Black in AI, Kipu, and like Data Science Africa, in fostering and supporting local grown AI talent. And as these continue to grow, I think that companies should leverage these populations to help improve inclusion overall. All right. And so we see that as the development of AI continues to progress around the world, the exclusion of those communities, from communities most likely to bear the brunt of algorithmic inequity, it only stands to worsen. And so again, I would say in terms of algorithm issues of bias and fairness in AI, this has been a very large conversation in the United States, more specifically, spearheaded by researchers such as Timna Gebru, Joy Buolamwini, and Deb Raji. And so, just to give you some insight on that, these were the women, Black women, behind Gender Shades projects and also like subsequent projects, that examined or exposed inequity in facial recognition systems. And so their work, spurred a lot of conversations, kind of, I would say, like ignited the field of AI fairness or AI ethics as a whole. And so also do want to recognize I would say the injustices that, Timna Gebru and other AI researchers have experienced by Google. And so again, these are also issues that should be taken into consideration when thinking about how AI practitioners actively, try to, be ethical in their roles and against, I would say, their respective companies as well. And so we hope that the actions that we've proposed throughout this paper and also I've talked about in this presentation can help to begin the movement of communities in the global South from being just beneficiaries of, or subjects of AI systems to actually being active, engaged participants. And again, I believe that autonomy within AI is super important as well. And again, this relates to colonial mentalities where these companies have established government systems or just I would say just infrastructural systems and just I would say different kinds of systems where many of these the countries that were colonized are still dependent on even up to today. So for example, this reminds me of I would say like the French and like the currency, the franc, which many countries in Francophone Africa, like Central and West Africa are like still dependent on it, but they're actively moving away from this again. So we believe that having true agency over the AI systems integrated into the livelihoods of communities in the global South will both maximize the impact of these systems and lead the way for global inclusion in AI. And so just to conclude very quickly, I would love for you all to read our paper, which spurred this, this presentation, which is the limits of global inclusion in AI development. You can find it on archive, meaning that, there's no academic paywall to it. So would love for you to check it out. And we were also recently covered in VentureBeat, a top tech news website. And so would love for you all to check that out as well. All right. And so I left some time here for questions. So would love to learn more or at least like answer any questions that you have both about like me personally or my research. Alila, you're muted.
All right, Lita, I think you're muted.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you so much for that talk. We really appreciate it because this work is very important. And I know, especially for Blackathon, we have people from all across the African diaspora. There are people who are participants right now from like Nigeria and like Ethiopia and like other parts of Africa, South Africa. Also, so we have like a good amount of coverage right now. I believe somebody is also with us from Ghana. And yeah, and like of course people from the US and like other parts of the world. So this is very important, I think, to both us and our participants, and especially talking about the African diaspora as a whole and our role in technology, and what that looks like geopolitically also. But I did want to go into some questions that we have from the audience. There's quite a few. So Joy Naya is tuning in with us from Atlanta, Georgia, and she wants to ask what motivates you to do this work.
Yeah, so I would say like this is kind of starting more recently, but in terms of my research in general, I always had a passion for healthcare. Just obviously, if by my name, if you can't tell, I'm Nigerian. And so my parents, definitely pressured me a bit to kind of go into this space. But, I didn't really want to be a doctor, but I felt like computer science was a good way to still impact like medicine and other fields throughout these methods. And so just as I've progressed within computer science as a whole, obviously, my senior project in undergrad was based off the work that Joy and Timna and Deb did with gender shades, and I actually like audited a facial recognition system myself as well. And so I think that just like seeing other Black women in this space, made me a bit more interested. And then also, with my background being directly connected to the continent, trying to understand, how is AI, equitably or not equitably, being developed for people in these regions and throughout the global South as a whole, is something that drives me. And also, like as someone who develops AI systems myself, with the goal of integrating them specifically in these regions, I also think it's very important for me to also analyze these questions as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for telling us that. Yeah, I could definitely tell that like you said, like to me and like Joy and Deb, like being in the field has like really influenced you and like really, I guess, given you a chance to see yourself in this field. But yeah, so Joy Naya also wants to know how we can make more representative data sets for the global South.
So for me, I think that it really starts with maybe, I guess, thinking about the existing data sets and trying to find out what is actually missing. And then even despite like not like looking at those data sets specifically, there's just a lot of stuff that's not there. So obviously like agriculture is a big thing, I know it can be a bit hard to take like, I guess, aerial images or imagery of this, but I think that, language is obviously, I feel like the easiest one to start off with, just because a lot of languages actually are not either like written, they're more oral, or they haven't like actively been documented. And even like within more popular languages throughout the continent, like for example, like Igbo, like we have so many different, I would say, dialects. And so I think it's really important for people to kind of address these problems as well. And then I guess like I'm more of a computer vision person. So I think that, images themselves, especially from the larger data sets like, ImageNet, are not really inclusive or representative of, I would say, like different styles or customs or cultures. And so like if you want to make, like a Nigerian wedding data set, like that would be something that's, super dope as well. Like a Pakistani wedding data set, like that's also cool as well. So yeah.
Oh, wow, that's a good idea. Okay, so we also have a question. Okay, so I'm going to go to Key Asia's question and then come back to some of the other questions. So how do you propose we bridge the gap between research and practice? And also, I suppose the follow-up question there would be, how can we ensure the quick application of research to the communities that need them the most?
Yeah, I think the first way obviously is to just directly find these communities, especially I'll probably speak more to the African continent because I'm a bit more familiar. But again, like the grassroots communities I mentioned, like Data Science Africa, Deep Learning Indaba, and like Masakane NLP, like they're actively working on a continent to develop systems and collaborating with local institutions. And I also want to point out that there are really great universities such as like Makerere University in Uganda and University of Wits in South Africa that are doing great work and have, I would say, like premier AI research labs. And so, definitely reaching out to people that are actively based on the continent is obviously the first way to kind of, bridge this gap between research or development or like research and practice as well. So, yeah.
100%, yeah. No, they've had a lot of good stuff coming out of Macquarie. I agree. Okay, so Kentrell Owens has a question. He says, "Hi, Chinasa. Thanks for the talk. What do you think are some good strategies for compelling US-based tech companies to have more equitable practices globally? For example, hiring locally, as you said."
I see. So obviously, I think it's really just for me, I think it's one, improving equity in terms of like pay, and also because a lot of these countries, so again like Nigeria, more than half the population lives in poverty, and so employing people within these regions is very important for, I would say, like evening, I would say, like the economic ladder or so. And then also again, and more importantly, in regards to, I would say, like AI development itself, I think issues of inclusion or representation or even like fairness kind of occur just based off of we've heard this many times before of I guess like white and like East Asian researchers who have no background context into the lives of people who live in these regions. And so I think that background context and also this insight that local workers can provide in the development of AI is also important. And again, this will obviously, if your system is equitable for marginalized populations, and obviously like in that is a broader economic area or like market area or target market you're able to address. And so again, that will lead to more profits as well. So it's both a economic and also just like a justice, I would say, motivation for this as well. So.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you for that. And so we have a couple more questions, so I'm going to get to those. So do you think there's a way to effectively decolonize AI, especially with Amazon playing such an important role in data collection?
So I feel like there is, and definitely I think Amazon themselves have kind of, weeded themselves out of decolonizing AI just because of their main focus on, I would say, like India and the US. And so again, pointing back to the grassroots initiatives that we see I'm just going to like point out Musakane again, because they do a lot of great work in actually, curating these language data sets. And I know there are a couple other people doing this as well. I can't remember at the top of my head, but I think it's just that, focus on local grassroots organizations who are already doing the work and, provide them with resources and funding to improve that, just because, of course, like, these large tech companies, have a large presence, I would say, throughout, the world in general. But I feel like, these grassroots communities are more on the ground and able to directly reach out to people. And even with, NGOs, NGOs are, I would say, like nonprofits, collect a lot of data as well. And so I think that maybe helping them or finding ways to connect them with local or like global tech talent to help curate this data will also be a great source that we can find in decolonizing these systems.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that answer. And I appreciate the honesty inherent in it too. And so this is the last question. So somebody said, is there a way for us, this is such a good question, I love this. Is there a way for us as residents of the global North to encourage and facilitate the creation of opportunities for residents of the global South in the field of AI?
Yeah, so honestly, I think there's many different ways, but from an academia standpoint, I think that being involved as a mentor is honestly the best way that you can start, especially it's I would say like a very low cost or like low barrier way. And so like Black in AI has a mentoring program. I'm not sure if Latinx in AI has a mentoring program as well. They may. So, volunteering for these initiatives or even like reaching out to universities to say like, oh, we can like do a presentation at your university to maybe like even introduce a topic of like, what is AI or like, what is AI research to students, and even faculty may help as well. And I think again, speaking from an academic standpoint, I think that partnerships are super important, or like collaborations. And so like going back to the point I made earlier about, a lot of the work at like, premier AI machine learning conferences coming from the global north. I think that, if you have a problem, maybe say like you're working on a problem that maybe is like directed towards, I would say like users or consumers or just populations in the global south, and you don't have anyone on your paper or like from the global south, I think that's actually a problem if you think about it. And so, again, there are large research universities within a continent that have great AI labs that have spun out and startups from them. And so trying to like collaborate in that aspect is great. And so from an industry standpoint, don't have really much experience there, but I think again, I feel like the best thing you can do at the moment, honestly, is just like leveraging and not exploiting the work and talent from these grassroots organizations such as like Indaba, Masakane, and like Data Science Africa to recruit engineers and then also train them and just forge meaningful partnerships is also very important as well. So yeah.
So like you're saying that like really it's about community building and coalition building, and like okay, that makes sense. And so yeah, I feel like I had a follow-up, but
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, okay. But by the way, I would also like, I guess as I'm trying to like remember that question, I would also like to plug the paper because you mentioned the thing about the diabetic, I think it was like retinopathy or something like that. But yeah, retina something. But I think yeah, I would like to just plug that work about like I think it was like low resource context or something. Isn't that what you did that as like a workshop paper? Would you mind like plugging that real quick, because I actually loved that paper. Yeah.
Okay. I go back because I cannot remember the name at the moment. But was it the one for AI in the real world? Was it that one?
It was like in low resource context or something like that.
Just 1 minute. I'm just going to check my website very quickly so I can find it.
And no, I would definitely suggest plugging that one. And also, I wanted to ask, after you find that, how people can support you and support your work.
Yeah, definitely. So there's another work. Okay, so I'll just talk about my most recent work. This was published. Well, it's going to be like appearing in CHI, which is a conference on human computer interaction. And so the top conference for that. And so I'm not sure if this is what you were talking about, Lilia, but I'm just going to plug it anyway. And so like this work, I did a virtual study in Bangalore, India last summer. It was supposed to be there, of course, but due to the pandemic, couldn't be. But this is a really interesting study because it was, I would say, from our knowledge, the first to examine how community health workers like navigate or like what their experience is or could potentially be with AI. And so we hope to, broaden this work to, I would say, include just like the general question of like, how is AI being made explainable for users, one, in the global south, and also two, who have, I would say, like low technology experience or literacy in this example. So yeah. And then in terms of, I would say like plugging myself in my work, supporting me, definitely, I would love to connect with people on LinkedIn. That's always a great way. And also like, I guess in terms of forging collaborative research connections, that's something I'm really interested in doing, especially in, I would say, scaling my work to the African continent, just because I do have a direct connection there. So would love to, be involved with anyone, doing computer vision for health projects or just like, I would say like AI ethics problems in general that are directed towards sub-Saharan Africa. So that's something I'm very interested in and going much further, going deeper into. And then also, so my Twitter is Chinasa Okolo. And then also you can check out more of my work and other links to like my, I guess, GitHub and other things on my website at chinasaokolo.com.
Okay, awesome. We really enjoyed having you, and thank you for coming to speak, and thank you for answering the audience's questions. It was really a lovely talk. Thank you.
Thank y'all for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay, everyone.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hey, to the audience, stay tuned because we're about to go into our next talk, Dancing with Bytes of Code by Thulani Vereen. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Awesome.
McKay Beats.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. We have with us Thulani Vereen, one of the baddest in the game. And we were very excited to have her. She's a personal friend of mine. And we just both graduated from Spelman in May. So I will stop talking, introduce her, and then I will hand it over to her to tell us about all the cool things she's doing as both a dancer and a software engineer. So Thulani Vereen is a full stack software engineer and professional choreographer living in Atlanta, Georgia. She holds a bachelor's in computer science from Spelman College, where she merged her passions for computer science and dance through award-winning research implementation projects. Since graduating in May 2020, Thulani has been an artist in residence at the coveted Atlanta Contemporary Arts Center, is currently working as a guest artist with the Georgia Tech Science Art Wonder program, and is a full-time software engineer. Thulani is also a co-founder of We Are HBCUs Incorporated, which is a 501c3 nonprofit aiming to elevate and connect the HBCU community. From a young age, she has been fascinated with puzzles and what can come about from putting pieces together. She applies algorithmic thought processes from her computer science background to her choreographic process and dance pedagogy. She intentionally uses her dance creations to influence her tech-related side projects. Whether it is a performance technology, dance piece, or educational outreach, Thulani Vereen's work aims to provide new ways for engaging with diverse performance spaces and audiences. Thulani hopes to be at the forefront of the technological revolution of the arts by inventing performing arts technologies for dance performance and dance education. In her free time, Thulani enjoys running, skincare, perfect skin, yes, and everything relating to Mariah Carey. I can confirm that. Feel free to learn more about Thulani at thulanivereen.com. And now I will hand it over to Thulani to tell us about all the awesome things she does at this intersection of dance and tech. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Leila, for that introduction. Cool. Awesome. I'm super excited to be here and like just having the opportunity to talk and share today. As I was trying to figure out like what I would talk about, I wanted to hone in on like a definition, and it brought me back to a conversation I had with myself during college of like, what do I want to be like, and how do I want to exist now, and what do I want to evolve into? And so one thought was like, oh, I want to be a principal software engineer, like doing really great things with software engineering. And then another thought was, I want to be a dancer, a professional dancer. And then I could also be a professional choreographer. I could also be an inventor. But then I was like, nobody has time for like all of those definitions if someone says, what do you do or what are you? So I had to like figure out, okay, what do all these things have in common? And why do I choose to put my time into all these things? And really what it came down to was this idea of creating and being a creator. And that's how I arrived at this definition, like putting all these pods, like encapsulating all these different areas into one role, and that's being a creator. And that's what I identify as. And I use that role and that title as a guiding principle to center me in everything that I choose to do, and how I choose to like carry on in my career and do my different endeavors. So yeah, but you know, it was really hard like arriving to that definition and like in figuring out that definition in that like role, I had to think about like where I'm coming from and how I was able to like how I got to dance, computer science, and inventing and all this stuff. So what I'm gonna do today is kind of like talk through how I became a creator, my background in dance, my background in computer science, what I'm doing today and what I hope to do in the future, and some lessons that I've learned along the way. So we're gonna roll it back like, I don't know, like 18 years maybe, to when I was like 4. I was a very shy child, very weird, and just not socially hip. I didn't talk to like anyone. I actually was mute for the first couple of years of my life. So I like literally did not talk. And my mom just put me in dance as a way of like therapeutically and like physically getting out expression since my words weren't coming out. And I sucked. Yeah, I really sucked. I was really bad, really, really bad. But something that motivated me to take my training seriously was respect. So people think that quiet folks like, you know, kind of want to exist in the background and don't want any attention or like, you know, any power. But the truth is that I was just quiet and shy. But I wanted all of that. Like I wanted respect, and I wanted people to listen to me without speaking. And that's where I found the power in like developing a strong work ethic and persevering to become an excellent dancer. And that's what I did. I put in a lot of time in the studio, like arriving like an hour before the first dance class and then staying like 30 minutes after the last dance class, dancing 5 hours each night after school, and then coming home and doing a whole bunch of homework, and really finding like the structure in dance and the structure in training as a way to like, I don't know, thrive and become great. Also, something I really appreciated in my dance education and training growing up was this idea that like I could be objectively great. Like there were people who would kind of like look me over growing up because I was quiet and weird. But I noticed that like if I become really good at this thing, people, you know, people will respect me, and I can just be objectively good. And I found that same concept in school. Again, like socially, it was not it. But what really got me involved in conversations and into spaces was like studying hard and working hard and just being good. And that's why I really identified with science and math growing up, because I was like, okay, it's objective. It's literally like, it's just what it is. And you just gotta like work hard at it and develop the problem solving skill, and it'll come. So that's why I really took to dance and like the sciences and math growing up, because I don't know, it's just a really cool idea that if you work hard at something, you can make people notice you, you can make people respect you without having to talk a bunch. So that's kind of like the story of why, you know, dance and science were like naturally things that I took to growing up. So also throughout childhood, I was able to like train at different dance intensives in New York City, and then also go to different science camps in Massachusetts and in Pennsylvania. And I fell in love with, like, for dance, the idea of creating, but also having structure. And I noticed it was the same thing with science. So like here I am, like just growing up, and I'm like, I really love structure and also the opportunity to create and finding the utility in things to create. Because it seemed like creating with my body or building something was a more efficient way of communicating or telling a story than speaking. I don't like speaking. I really hate speaking. So I'm really like happy to be here and like do something that I don't like doing to get better at it, but that's besides the point. So yeah, you know, all throughout childhood, throughout high school and whatnot, dancing a bunch and engaging in like different extracurricular activities for like science. And I was in the robotics club in high school and like competing in dance and really just like finding confidence and finding things that motivate me to like exist how I wanted to exist. Because for some reason, a lot of the social norms that were kind of like, you know, determined for a young girl, I just didn't fit into. But through dance and like focusing on like science and math in school, I was like, okay, like I found something that I'm good at and that I can find confidence in and be really like just out there about. So yeah, so transitioning from high school into college, I was, my confidence got so high, and I was really only confident in dance and in school. But like my confidence was probably too high when I was graduating high school. And I was like, I'm a great dancer. Like, I'm only gonna apply to Juilliard for dance. So like I went and I just thought it was going to be mine. I got down to like the last cut of the audition and I was like, okay, I'm here. Like, you know, I made it this far, they're not gonna cut me, but then I got cut. And I was like, wow, like I never wanna do this again. Good thing I have like school, because, you know, like that's something that I'm also good at. So I'll just go into that and I'm never gonna touch dance again. So I go to Spelman and I major in computer science and I just kind of hit the ground running with it. Something about like logic and immersing yourself in logic and then like using a programming language with logic to like produce an output was really exciting to me. I don't know why, it just was. It's a natural relation to me. So I kind of hit the ground running with that, and I found great mentorship and sponsorship within the Spelman Computer Science department. But because dance is such a part of me and an innate part of my existence, I still found my way to it at Spelman. And I got very involved in the Spelman dance department, where I was able to be a student choreographer, travel with my work to Colby College in Maine, which, you know, looking back on my college experiences, I'm just so grateful that my passions like brought me into spaces that I never thought I would be in. And it's not like you dream about going to these like incredible stages or incredible competitions or incredible internships. It's kind of like you fall in love with doing something dance, you fall in love with doing something programming, problem solving, and you just get there. So like I looked up and I was like, wow, I'm really like a whole junior in college, like being brought up to a whole nother school to talk about my dance pedagogy, my choreographic process, and bringing like other dancers with me and having them display my work at like a gallery at another school. And then like interning at Twitter, I was like, wow, I'm really like interning at a company that has a platform that I'm on probably way too much. Don't follow me on Twitter because I'm on there way too much and you'll get annoyed. But yeah, no, I think, and again, as I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about, like there's something to be said about like identifying what you're interested in, trying to get really, really good at it, and then letting that lead you like serendipitously into places that you probably never even dreamed of getting to. So yeah, like throughout college, I was able to like really thrive in dance and computer science. And my sophomore year, I was like, I am putting so much time into my dance training and the choreographic process. And then also like computer science is already a very demanding major. Like it would probably be more efficient if I were able to combine both of them. I was like, I just need more time. So like if I spend time doing both, then maybe I'll have some time to sleep and do other things. So a couple friends and I came together for a research project to use use computer science as a tool to aid in the process of storytelling, because that's what I'm most interested in. When I'm choreographing, I'm interested in telling stories of humanity, because like, not to go on a tangent, but we're all dancers. Like dancing is such a primitive and innate aspect of the human experience. Like, you know, hearing a beat, hearing music, you move to it naturally. Now, some people move off beat, but this is the Blackathon, so we're not going to talk about that. But no, like I'm interested in showing classical dance and like the intersection of classical dance with like urban dance to like other, I don't know, to a broader audience that might feel like they don't identify with it, but show them that like, you know, this is a very accessible thing that we all do. And the best way that I've been able to do that is to tell stories of humanity. So yeah, tangent, but back to the research project. The whole idea was using computer science as a tool to help me as a choreographer tell a love story. And so we had just finished a workshop with the MIT Media Lab like the year before our freshman year. And we learned about physical computing, like how a program can exist in the analog world, like the physical world, you know? And so we went through a whole bunch of like different ways that we could do this. And we ended up at the idea of having a bodysuit with LED strips on it, where you can think of each like light in the strip as an array that's accessible, like, you know, as an index in the array. And using that concept, we were able to like come up with complex light patterns that would aid in my movement and also like telling the story. And yeah, I'll show a little excerpt of that on my screen. Okay. So yeah, it's called Light. Oops, it's called Light in the Dark, and here's a little section from it.
She spoke. How much do you love me, John? She asked. He answered, how much do I love you? Count the stars in the sky. Measure the waters of the ocean with a teaspoon. Number the grains of sand on the seashore. Impossible, you say? Yes, and it is just as impossible for me to say how much I love you. My love for you is higher than the heavens, deeper than Hades, and broader than the earth. It has no limits, no bounds. Everything must have an ending except my love for you. There was more of silence as the two lovers sat on a park bench with their bodies touching, holding hands in the moonlight. Once more, her voice was heard. Kiss me, John, she implored, and leaning over, he pressed his lips warmly to hers in fervent osculation.
So yeah, that is that. That was a really awesome experience, and I'm so grateful that we were able to do that project because it's definitely, it showed me that it's possible to combine both, and that's when I really hit the ground running with the idea that I can exist in both worlds and really create some cool stuff by like merging the intersection of or existing at the intersection of dance and computer science. So I guess fast forward to now, I'm currently a full stack developer at a startup based in Cambridge called Jobcase. I've been here since I graduated, and really what I'm trying to do to kind of zoom out is I'm trying to find opportunities and roles that will sharpen my skills as a developer, as a technologist, so that like eventually and even now, I'll just, you know, have the skills and the exposure to like create a lot of my crazy ideas. So yeah, and then also on the dance side of things, since I graduated, I've created a short film that's helped me, I guess, get exposure get exposure on the dance scene in Atlanta. So that film kind of helped me get into my first artist residency, which was really nuts. I did it at the Atlanta Contemporary Gallery in Atlanta. And it was really such a crazy thing to like be surrounded by all these like more mature working professional choreographers. And it was such an honor to be among them And it's really interesting. Like whenever I'm in the dance space, I feel really out of place because I'm like, okay, these people have like trained in the methods of choreography that I haven't really trained in. I just have like the structural dance training, but there's a whole, I guess, there's a whole like area of like choreography that I just haven't learned per se. I just kind of create what I think and create things that tell the stories that I want to tell. So it was really intimidating to be among those people, but they were really interested in my background and my like occupation as an engineer. And then when I'm in engineering spaces and tech spaces, I like also feel kind of out of place because you know, I don't know, it's just a weird experience because when I'm in those spaces, I feel like a dancer. When I'm in the dance spaces, I feel like a technologist, and it's just a weird experience. But yeah, that residency was really awesome, and it got me exposure to the current gig that I'm at now with Georgia Tech, where I'm a guest artist working with Professor Fidele. He's in like geometry, and we're creating a dance film that tells the story of Plato's Cave, and that's premiering at the Atlanta Science Festival in April, so be on the lookout for that. And yeah, that's kind of everything that's going on with me now. Moving forward, like Leela said, I really hope to be at the like revolution of bringing technology to the performing arts. It really feels like people outside of the performing arts don't care about the performing arts. And if you look around at the different categories of life and society, it does feel like the performing arts are, you know, like one of the last few areas to be hit by tech and the tech revolution. So I definitely want to be at the forefront of that, and I'm being very selective in the projects I take on now and moving forward. That will like keep me centered and grounded in that direction of, you know, participating in that revolution and being a pioneer in that revolution. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to end this talk about like my journey and what I want to do and who I want to be with some lessons learned. I am 22 years old and I really don't know what I'm doing sometimes. Like I just kind of go, I try to keep grounded by the idea of being a creator and wanting to be a creator. But there's so much that I'm learning and so many mistakes that I make, but I just wanted to share some lessons that I've learned along the way, and also some points of feedback and improvement that I'm working on for myself, because I think it's important to share those things. So the first thing is aiming for quality of work. Although I feel, you know, kind of lost sometimes existing in dance as an engineer and then existing in engineering as an artist, I think what has kept me afloat and has given me respect is the quality of my work and being relentless about just having a base level of quality that I want like everything that I touch to have. Now, like not everything that I create is exceptional quality, but it's like this iterative cycle of like looking back on the things that I do and then giving myself feedback. So like with this talk, since I know that talking is not my strongest suit, I'm gonna look at this talk, reflect, and give myself some feedback so that the next time I can be a lot stronger. Also, sharing your work is important. Like I was talking about growing up, like I just knew, and it's wrong, but I just knew that if I worked hard and if I was like good, that people would notice me. But I learned later on that that's not like a guaranteed thing. You can't just work hard, create things and have them be like hidden on the internet or like, you know, in your mind. It's important to share like your creations, even if they're still in progress. There's so much magic in the process of creating an art and creating, you know, or building your next idea. So yeah, share your work. Also, another lesson I've learned is to just create it, like just make it. I'm a very process-oriented person, and sometimes I'll put like so much work into developing the structure and the process and the foundation to do something. And then I'll be like, okay, well, is this actually a good idea? Like, should I actually do this thing? And then, I don't know, it's like too much time put up front preparing instead of actually doing. One of my professors and mentors, Dr. Volsi, he would always tell me fail fast and fail early. So it's like, if you share your work, if you just create it, just build it, just dance it, then you're gonna get feedback. Maybe you'll fail, but like the earlier and the faster you fail, the more feedback you'll get, and then the next time you do it, it'll be better. And then also is an iteration. So like there have been times where I've been like premiering a work and I've been like, this sucks. Like this is really, really bad. But it's really like, I don't know, getting out of your head and like being open to feedback from the audience and from the people that you work with, from your end users who are using your product that you've developed. And like their opinions matter too. It's not just your opinion. So taking in that feedback, and yeah, that's it. That's all I had prepared. Thanks. I don't know if Leela's gonna come back. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm coming back. I just have to pin it to like, yeah. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so of course, like you're my great friend. Like I've known you for like going on 5 years now. So of course I like have to come in and ask some questions because like I saw some of this process myself, right? And then but there's some of that I actually didn't see. I didn't know that you went to Juilliard and basically you're the badass that you are. You got through all of those rounds of auditions, but then it crushed you. And I think we can all relate to that like, oh wow, like I'm so in love with this. And like there's like that external like rejection of like, oh, and it makes you almost feel like you're not good enough, which isn't necessarily the case. They just had a certain number of slots and like there's other things that played into that, right? But then like you said, you came back from it, right? And you came yeah, I guess you like, yeah, like you said, you came back from it. And so I'm wondering like, what was that process like to get back to like having that confidence? Because again, that's just universal. That's something that we can all relate to. And I know I resonated with that as soon as you said that, because that's something I kind of felt in like this semester. And like, yeah. So what's your insight on that?
Yeah, so I realized that my confidence when I was at the point in my life where I was auditioning for Juilliard and finishing up like high school, that confidence was fake, false confidence. It was rooted in the like awards that I would receive from competing in dance and like recognition I would get from mentors and people I really looked up to. So it was all external, like it wasn't really coming from me. And I also realized looking back that I probably didn't love dance at that point. I just loved the respect, like I said, because when you're a kid who gets bullied, like, you really want respect. I think I just loved the respect and, the accolades and the recognition from it. So yeah, like, getting cut at the last round really kind of crushed me. But I think what helped me find real confidence, not false confidence, but like that real confidence at Spelman was falling in love with dance. There's something about like, I don't know, when you're dancing and performing, you really experience what it's like to exist, because it's a like metaphysical activity where your like mind is thinking, your body is moving, your spirit is like projecting, and you really experience what it's like to just be. And I don't know if a lot of humans get to experience that in their day-to-day lives, and finding that magic of like being in dance is what gave me confidence, because I was like, wow, like I get this gift in this experience where I can just be. And I know that a lot of people don't really get to experience that. And that process of finding being and existence is what gave me confidence, like real confidence in it. So yeah.
Hey, I like that bit about she saying like just falling in love with it also helps. Because yeah, I mean sometimes I guess like you said, like people could be doing stuff, but like it's for another reason and not necessarily because they love it. But what I like about also what she said was just like relating it to kind of like taking out like I guess this like white male way of knowing of like rationalism and just being like, look, this is like very like you said, very spiritual almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also like what you said earlier too about like the humanistic aspect of it. Like I really liked that. And yeah, and so I guess to that end, wait, so I do want to okay, so there's something in the audience that I like that they said. It wasn't like really a question, but it was more so like a comment, and I wanted to get your feedback on it because this is actually my friend Joy Naya, who's also a dancer and has been dancing her life. Yeah, and she's also a choreographer and also a dance teacher, also in Atlanta, also. And so I want to know, I want to see, and also if you have anything like any ways tech can be added to like people's dance pedagogy who maybe traditionally would not do it, feel free to like add that as well. But Joy Naya says, quiet and shy Black women not being given the space to be it to simply be is an interesting study in itself. So to see this intersect with dance is so interesting to her.
Love that. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. But to kind of like acknowledge and touch on what you were talking about with like including tech into dance pedagogy. I think when I was really trying to find the like intersection of these two, like seemingly like, I don't know, opposing things, I realized that like in my dance training process, it's so algorithmic. Like, you know, you think of the definition of an algorithm, like a step-by-step process to produce some output. That's literally dance training and dance performance. When you're at the bar in ballet and you're taking a plie, which is like just bending your knees, it's a step-by-step process to do it. Like you have to pull up in your hips and then go down while going up and then push away the floor to come up, all while holding your center, maintaining like your posture and like articulating from your back. And I was like, wow, like that's literally an algorithmic process that I'm doing right now to achieve the most basic movement in dance. And that's something that I try to like whenever I teach to young students or even people my age, I try to like include that in it because often like young Black girls, young Black children in general are like discouraged from going after like classical dance because they're told that their feet are too big, their butt's too big, their body is too like bodacious, I guess, which is like so just, I hate that concept that people even say that. But same thing with tech, like folks aren't really encouraged to pursue like careers in tech and STEM. And so like whenever I teach, I try to include like tech in my dance pedagogy to show that like computer science, you know, can be challenging, but like at the root of it, as a dancer, you're doing an algorithmic process. And if you can understand computer science concepts through a dance lens, then you got it. And you can excel in this very Eurocentric art form, which is dance. But you could also excel in this very, unfortunately, exclusive world of tech. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I try to include both in my dance pedagogy to encourage children that they literally, like, you can do it. You can do both and excel in both. So, yeah.
That almost reminds me of when we were like our first year when Dr. Volsey told us to do like break. You and I were working on that, and he was like, break down this recipe. It's kind of the same thing. Everything in your life as an algorithm.
Yeah.
And actually used to research in like computer science education. I think they call it like computational thinking. So like you said, you're just really like instilling that computational algorithmic thinking in your students and saying like, look, it's not even that hard. You do it every day. Like you are like, so I think that's very interesting. And so on that note though, of like you said, this intersection between dance and tech, I want to know, I guess, like, so do you want to do a startup, or like, how are you feeling about like that intersection? Like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you see yourself doing just in that space?
Yeah, so I see myself inventing, like, I don't like doing something just to do it. Like, I like having an idea, and I'm like, okay, how do I get there? What can I use to like bring this idea to life? So I see myself creating a series of inventions, and in this world, it does seem like the best way to do that would be to have a startup and a lab or a group of people where like we're a team, and we like are constantly creating these performance technologies, or like, you know, technologies for dance education. But I just I don't know why, and I need to get over this, but I hate the idea of like just venturing out and and having my own startup. Probably just because it's really scary. But yeah, that's probably the end goal, because it's probably like the best way to go about doing something like that. I just gotta do it. Like I said, just gotta make it, just gotta create it. So yeah.
No, that's fair. Yeah. And so I guess like, do you see yourself like, um, yeah, because I mean, even now you have like a lot on your plate and stuff like that. So I'm wondering, like, how do you like see yourself like working for a couple of years? 'Cause I know people who are like, they'll work for like however many, like, I mean, people retire early. Like, I know people like will spend 20 years at Microsoft and they make a lot of money, right? Because of like the stocks and the bonuses and stuff like that. And they're like, yep, I'm 49, retiring, bye. You know what I mean? Where that's not necessarily the same in like other industries. Like they're there until like they're 70 or something like that, right? I mean, some people just love their job, but I mean, like you said, sometimes it's like time to start something new. And like you said, it's very scary to take that leap. So are you just like I guess, how do you feel about that? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So in these early years right now, I'm being very intentional about taking on opportunities to develop the skills that I need, so that to get me to the point of like, I don't know, just being skilled in both crafts. So like I plan on being a software engineer, and really like just developing like those technical skills. I don't know for how long, because I have like, I support my family and, different responsibilities. But then like, while also like taking up any kind of choreographic and dance opportunity that comes my way. So yeah, I think in these early years, just like staying with software engineering, doing side projects, and then also taking on these different artist opportunities. And then like you said, I really do a lot. I do too much, honestly, in so many ways. So, I think right now just working and taking on different opportunities and creating in my like free time. And then when the time is right, when the opportunity is there, that's when I think I would transfer into like making my side projects my full-time occupation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And so I'm wondering, oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I had a question. So one of the questions I had, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are kind of at the crossroads, right? They're at senior year of high school, and they don't know whether they should pursue a dance career and go to school for dance or go to school for computer science. Maybe they like both equally. So what piece of advice would you give to someone at a younger age who is kind of at that crossroads between art and tech or a technical field? And what would you tell them to do?
Oof. That's a really hard question. But thanks. I would ask them what they really would want to spend their time. I would ask them, which one of those things would you want to institutionalize? So which one of those things would you want to be in a structured space doing and having to be tested on, having like your GPA tied to that area, like, because that's how I kind of like after the whole Juilliard thing, I was like, okay, like I'm not going to go to another school for dance, because if I want to institutionalize something, it's going to be computer science. It's not going to be dance. So I probably do that. But it's interesting. My brother, he's entering high school, and he's a very skilled trumpet player, but he's also like this crazy, like, he's just crazy in STEM. And he's like, yeah, I kind of want to I want to, you know, major in music. And I don't know, I think it's really about, like, I wouldn't say, I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, don't major in art, because I think like majoring in one of those like artistic realms is also like very challenging. But you have to be comfortable institutionalizing your art if you're going to major in it. And I don't think that I'm comfortable doing that, or was comfortable in like high school to college. So yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Now, I remember in the beginning of your talk, you kind of mentioned the humanistic aspect and everything, how growing up you were kind of a little shy, but then you ultimately branched out and started to get into the things that you were interested in. So I was wondering if you can kind of like, I guess, talk to that aspect of like, you know, stepping outside of the barrier, or stepping outside of like your comfort zone to actually jump into those, some of the types of things that you were interested in. I know a lot of people probably have like that similar thought, or they're kind of like scared, and like, you know, just kind of hear like your perspective on like what you did, your thought process to that. I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I love that question. Because like, I think it's really about finding like what would inspire you to like break out of your shell. So for me with dance, it was like, like I just wanted to be really good at it. So it's like, I don't know, like whenever I would perform on stage, all of my shyness would go away, because performing on stage was a means of getting respect. And that's what I was after. And so it wasn't like, oh, like now I'm going to be in front of all these people and I'm so scared. It was like, okay, I've been working hard in the studio for 20 hours a week, and getting on this stage in front of these judges is the only way that I can share what I've been working on and show, like just show off. So like, I don't know, like thinking about these like things that would kind of break you out of your shell as like a utility, like getting on stage is a utility for me to show off and get adjudications and get respect. And then the same thing with like speaking opportunities and leadership. I never thought of myself as a leader, never like hated speaking in front of people, but some of the work that I've done has caused me to like be in roles of leadership and like speaking engagements. And it's just like, okay, this is a utility. Like I want to get my work out there and I want to get my like name out there. So by speaking to people, like I have to use that as a way to accomplish what I really want. So to kind of boil that all down, identifying what you want, and then just being okay with like a little bit of like being uncomfortable, and just knowing that like getting on stage or whatever your version of that is going to help you get what you really actually want. I hope that makes sense.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
I like that. And I was also, okay, so I want to go back to your documentary because we kind of just sped past that. First of all, if there's a way for people to watch it, we would love for you to plug that. We can also put that on like our website also. But yeah, so can you go into a little bit more about like the documentary and like also what it was like making that, and I guess like the path to get there to even like get to the point where you're like, oh, I should make a documentary. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so Spelman, my senior year, Spelman reached out to me about like doing a mini documentary on me, on like dance and computer science and what I've done in both. And I was like, okay, sure, cool, like that, yeah, like why not? You can follow me around and we can talk. And it was a really weird experience again. Like I hate talking. I'm really shy, and I don't know. It was just a really weird thing, but I realized that like I needed this to get my like stuff out and to tell my story. And so also it was really affirming to know that like people were interested in what I wanted to do, because I've been up for like many or different opportunities, and especially like on the science side of things, and I've been rejected or like made it to the last round of something and people just on the science end don't really like find the value in dance and computer science. So it was really affirming that people or someone cared to go as far as to like document my process and like my creative journey in dance and computer science. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know like what more to say to it, but it was a great experience. And it was really like, it kind of showed me where I can take this thing that I'm doing, and also that somebody besides me cares about it. So yeah.
That's awesome. Now we do have a few questions from the audience, or one question I think. So one of the questions is, how can people combine computer science and their passions, their other passions outside of that, and still be effective in in what they're doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the really cool thing about computer science is that like it's an application area. Like you apply computer science. Like if you think about like your favorite apps and your favorite technologies, it's technology applied to a non-technical area. And so like thinking about your passion, think about like the processes and the whole like your experience of being in that passion and ways that technology can either optimize those like traditional processes or ways that technology can further enhance your practice in that passion. And I think like those are great starting points for figuring out how to merge computer science or tech with your passions. But I will say that like my worst projects that nobody liked and that I also didn't like were because I forced it, because it sounded sexy to do computer science and dance, and there was like a lot of attention and eyes on it, and I was like, okay, I have to come back and create another thing, and the next project after that sucked because I forced the combination. So I would just be weary of like forcing your passions to come together, but where it makes sense and where you can see tech optimizing and enhancing some traditional processes or practices in that passion, that's where you can really find that magic. So yeah.
Thank you for that. And so there's another question, which is like, yeah, and this is something I ask you all the time, but is it possible to see some of your works combining dance creations and computer science research? Also links if possible.
Yeah, so oh wait, I was about to put my website in the chat on Zoom, but yeah, if you go to my website, like I have a projects tab that's got all of my stuff. I can share my screen real fast now and show you. Oops. But yeah, ThulaniVereen.com on the projects page. This is Amorphous, which is a little bit of tech and dance that I did in a short film. And this is another like physical computing project of like a programmed infinity mirror that I created and danced with. Then this is Light in the Dark that I showed with the LED strips. My other dance tech projects, like I said, a lot of them sucked because they were really forced. So I don't have them on my website. But then I have another like dance project that I was really proud of. And I even have like a little essay on this dance project because this is the first dance project that I used computer science theory to inspire movement. So yeah, you can just take a stroll through my website and check out some stuff there.
I guess it's a scroll and a stroll, but also Lonnie is being modest because that last thing, the dimensions, I believe it's called, actually had a packed house. I was there and like, yeah, it was packed. It was standing ovation, all of that. So yeah, she's definitely been successful in both spaces, despite her modesty. And like, I appreciate you, being honest and saying like, sometimes it just doesn't work out. I mean, that's life. That's not even a failure. That's just like, I guess like to be positive about it, a lesson, right? Because it's just one of those things, like you said, that you learned. You want to make it organic. You want to make sure that like what you're doing is like true to yourself and true to like your crafts, because you are a student of the craft on both ends. So yeah.
Yeah.
Does
Thank you
anybody
so
else
much.
have a
Oh, I didn't have any more questions. I was just going to
Yeah.
say thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us at our first annual Blackathon. It's really important that to us that we portray a lot of perspectives of not just hardcore STEM, because that's what's often emphasized and focused on, but also the intersection of that and art, which is STEAM, right? So thank you so much for bringing your perspective.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I'm so proud of y'all for doing this whole thing, and yeah, I can't wait for next year.
Definitely. So how else, other than your website, how else can the audience connect with you and learn more?
and support?
Oh, go ahead, Leela.
Oh no, I was wondering how also can people like support you? Like, is there a way?
Yeah, so I mean, my website is probably is really the only place that I have work going up. I mean, LinkedIn, like we can connect on LinkedIn, and I'm totally open to like folks messaging and connecting. With COVID happening, like there's been a really cool surge of like virtual collaboration. So if anyone out there wants to collaborate or talk through ideas, like my DMs are open on LinkedIn. So definitely hit me up. It's my full name, Thulani Vereen. And yeah, LinkedIn and my website.
Okay, we really appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. This is like an amazing talk, and yeah, I'm going to share this with my students this summer, and we look forward to just sharing this like talk with more people, especially so people can see themselves in this field. I think that's something that it's very important. But yeah,
awesome. Thank you all so much.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see.
All right, are we done? Are we?
Oh, no.
Sorry, I had to.
So one last message for the audience. So guys, we will be right back at 3:00 for our last speaker of the day, Marco Jacobs. He is an entrepreneur in the tech space, and he's going to be talking to us about how to build communities in tech. So we'll be right back.
McKay Beats. Mackay Beats. Mackay Beats. Mackay Beats.
All right, what's going on, y'all? We are back with our last speaker, Marco Jacobs, and I'm introducing him because he's someone that has mentored and motivated me like ever since I was back in high school, so like years ago. And in terms of just what Blackathon is and like building community and bringing tech and blending all that together and everything, he's one of those people that really inspire me to do that. So I'm just going to kind of give a quick little introduction to who he is, and after that, he will go on and say his piece. So Marco Jacobs is a founder, CEO, investor, and member in Washington, Texas, and Conduit, which is a tech company software for various Fortune 500 companies and government agencies. And this company also focuses on raising best stuff to succeed in this tech space, but to just he was born to a computer science degree of he's done a whole bunch of different. Just turn it over to start.
All right, thanks Hamza for the really nice bio and introduction, man. Like Hamza said, I've known Hamza since he was in high school. I think I met Hamza back in 2010, 2009 or so, and I've seen him grow a lot over those years. So, how I want to structure this particular talk is that I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, how I got started in tech, what I do now, and just why I think it's important that we talk a little bit more about technology and entrepreneurship in our community. So the first off, who am I? I'm Marco, President, CEO of CodeIntelx. I'm a software engineer by trade. I've been doing software engineering now for over 15 years for sure. And how I got into tech started when I was really, really young. So when I was young, I'm originally from Jackson, Mississippi. Not much at that time. There wasn't many tech curriculums going around per se. We had a few a few computers in elementary where they would teach us things like typing. There was this cool little program called Bouncy Bee. We would also, I would also spend time playing things like Oregon Trail on like the floppy disk. So this is where you would do like the 8-inch disc. I don't even think those are around anymore. Those 8-inch discs that we used to install, put it in, and I played Oregon Trail for a couple of hours after school. From there, I got my first computer at home. My parents bought my first computer when I was 3rd grade. And this was monumental for me because even before I got my first computer, I would always tinker around a lot. They bought me this little robotics kit. It's not like the robotic kits that we have now. There was like a bunch of little balls. They were like Legos almost. You can put them together. You can get a little propeller to spin. You can program it to move forward, back and forth. And those types of things really motivated me, kept my attention for hours. And that translated well into when I got my first computer in 3rd grade, which was it was a Packard Bell. I don't know if that company is around anymore, but it was a Packard Bell computer. And I think it only had like 128 megabytes of RAM. And I mean, now computers come standard with like 8 gigs. So we can see how far technology has come in that short period of time. I'm not gonna say the year, I'm not gonna age myself, so but we'll move forward from that. Moving forward, I spent hours and hours on computers. When we finally got internet, we had American Online, which is AOL at the time. I would spend time just surfing around, trying to figure out how to build a web page, writing HTML. And like I said, by this time I was high school, and we didn't really have a computer science curriculum. They didn't teach us anything outside of just typing in high school at the time. So everything that I learned back then was self-taught, but I had a real passion for technology and computers at the time. And that's when I made the decision to go to Jackson State University, where I majored in computer science. So computer science was interesting. I was very excited to go to school and finally get some formal education on how to program. My first year, I'm like, oh man, I'm about to be this super hacker. I'm about to do XYZ. The government is going to hire me to do crazy things that I can't talk about. And we'll see later on how that partially came true, but it kept my attention. So my first year, I had to take Java programming 101. And at the time, that was considered the weed out course. And for those of you that haven't gone to college and yet, or you understand what I'm saying, weed out courses are classes that make or break you in that major. Like you take that course, a lot of people change their major afterward. And there was this teacher, her name was Miss Bailey. I love Miss Bailey dearly. It's one of my favorite teachers. They weren't lying. They were not, like, the class was tough. But it was at the same time, it was very interesting because it was something I was passionate about, and it's something I was really enjoyed doing. And I'll say this, by the time I graduated college, I think we started that first semester, my freshman year, I think we started maybe 100 or so computer science students, if that. And when we graduated, there were only like 12 of us. So, I mean, people go and drop out along the way. And I think we can, as a community, there's an opportunity there to kind of help keep the retention rate. We need to figure out, why do people drop out? Is it the fact that we don't have the support we need? Is there a language barrier? Because I know, there are not a lot of African American teachers in computer science. I mean, there are a lot more now than it used to be, but when I was in school, we only had two African American computer science teachers out of the whole program. I'm not saying that that's a problem, but people tend to be more intrigued or more interested if they see this coming from someone that looks like them. So that's how I kind of got into tech. From there, I interviewed. I had 4 job offers my fall semester of my senior year. They were in San Francisco, they were Peoria, Illinois, Washington, D.C., and Omaha, Nebraska. I narrowed those down to DC and San Francisco. I did not want to go to Omaha, Nebraska. I did not want to go to Peoria, Illinois. And the reason I chose DC over San Francisco is that at the time it was this company that I felt like people just sat in the basement for like 30, 40 years. And that's what people think that software engineers or people in IT do. And that's not necessarily true. IT is a very, very broad field. It's things that we can do that fits anyone's interest, right? But I ended up working at IBM, worked at IBM for a number of years in the Washington, D.C. area as a consultant, worked at Deloitte for a number of years as a consultant. And that's when I ended up making my transition to a small company. It was scary. I've never worked for a smaller company. I worked at a large company in the majority of my career at that point. And you tend to kind of get lost a little bit in those larger companies if you aren't just out and about networking a lot, and it can be overwhelming, especially if you're fresh out of school. And in my case, I'm fresh out of school, didn't know anyone, moved to an area that I knew no one, and I'm working in these really, really large companies in a new city. So it was kind of overwhelming, but at the same time, I adjusted quick and I grew to love the city and the environment a lot. While I was in school, I actually interned every year as well. I got my first internship at State Farm in Dallas, Texas, doing software engineering. I was the only freshman that year to get an internship, and I'll tell you why. Thanks to one of my buddies, he actually fumbled the interview call that he got the day before, and I was second on the list. I'm not going to name his name, but he answered the phone. It caught him off guard, and that ruined his interview for him. I'll just say that much. And they ended up calling me. So I thank him to this day. Thanks for giving me my chance. Thanks for my internship. I appreciate you. And and here I am now. So the next year, I left State Farm and ended up interning at IBM in Rochester, Minnesota. That was an interesting experience. Coming from Mississippi, I'd never been north of Tennessee, and that was my first time going somewhere like Minnesota. And after that, I realized I didn't necessarily want to be in Minnesota for the next year, so I ended up being transferred to Austin, Texas. So I interned at Austin, Texas the rest of my time at IBM. Absolutely loved it. So back to the career side, I just wanted to give you guys some information on how I ended up getting these jobs. And most of those jobs came from getting experience from internships. So if you have a chance to intern, please do. It's a great opportunity, and that's how you build your skills up to actually be able to be qualified for some of these jobs. So small company, started at a small company, absolutely loved it. I would never go back to a large company after that. It was such a family-oriented type of company. I felt like I mattered. I had an opportunity to actually be involved in a lot more than just my day-to-day job. I started learning the business. I started learning how to, just gaining leadership skills and just how to really turn my hustle into something that's meaningful. Like, I always worked on side projects outside of school and outside of work, but I turned those things into meaningful projects by just working at a smaller company and getting that guidance on what I need to do to make this thing viable. So a few years later, that company was actually acquired. And at that point, I had a decision to make. I was like, okay, do I continue down this path and just live a really good life and just make a good salary, just hang out and just keep it cool? Or do I go out and do the hard thing and start my own thing? So I started my own thing at that point, and that thing is what we now know as CodeIntelx. CodeIntelx is a defense contracting company in the area. We focus mainly in software engineering, cybersecurity, system engineering, mainly in the Intel space here in Washington, D.C. And it's been a roller coaster, and I've enjoyed every single moment of it. I've learned a lot, met a lot of people, and I've just grown in ways that I didn't think I'd ever grow. Right? It's been a true pleasure. It's been a challenge, and I'm always up for the challenge. So why why is tech and entrepreneurship interesting? I mean, important in our community. So growing up, a lot of us are really just have careers kind of pushed upon us, like doctors. You have to be a doctor. You have to be a lawyer. You know, you have to be an athlete or even an artist, like a rapper or something, right? But what a lot of people don't realize is that technology is an art as well. It's a way that you can express yourself via code, express yourself all types of ways, right? And it can serve as a creative outlet. Also, with IT being such a really broad field, it's really you're really likely to find an area in IT that fits any passion that you have. For instance, like if you're interested in music, there are ways to integrate technology into music, and you can innovate and create technology that fits that inside of the music world. And that's just a few examples of the things I have. So I don't really like talking to people. Like I really like to engage when I'm talking. So I'm gonna open the floor up at this point to hear questions that you guys have, because like I mentioned earlier to Hamza and a few others that we get talked to a lot in these types of things, and we don't really give a lot of time for questions, answers, and just to kind of really get to engage with the audience. So I want to open it up for questions now, if that's okay with you guys, Hamza, and I'll just entertain questions from here.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. One of the things that I guess to start off that I wanted to highlight too was, like you said, the importance of tech and building community and everything, and how, kind of like how I said in the introduction, how me growing up in high school, I kind of knew like tech was something that I was like passionate about, but at the same time, like how you said, by having someone who looks like you in that space, who is doing that thing already, trying to have someone who is there to, who's actually doing it, and being a leader in that space and everything like that. Um, I was wondering, like, what are your thoughts on just, kind of like how you was already, like I said, a mentor, a leader in that particular space, in that organization, Youth App Lab, that, was going on. Like, what is some of your, or like your thoughts, or like your passion into like giving back to the community? Because I feel like that's a big piece too, in terms of just actually growing the community. Like, we have to give back.
Right. I absolutely enjoy giving back. I've been giving back since I moved to the area, and that's how I met Hamza. I started here in a nonprofit space with Lachelle Hadley, Dr. Lachelle Hadley, I'm sorry. And she had a program at the time called Youth App Lab. And it was an opportunity for me to teach students at the time, middle school through high school, how to develop mobile phone applications. And that's where Hamza got his first start. And absolutely loved it. And you'll realize that your best opportunities actually come from those type of engagements. That's where, when you're doing things that you're passionate about, you're not expecting pay, and you're just doing it just out of the goodness of your heart, you tend to meet people to further your career that way. People see that you're passionate. People see that you're really good at what you do because you're doing it for free and you're enjoying it, right? So at that point, people are more likely to want to work with you. Outside of that, I've also taught Lego robotics literally every weekend since 2011 up until 2020, because due to the pandemic, we had to kind of pause from there. But I've taught Lego robotics since then. And I enjoy giving back. I enjoy teaching and doing these types of things because it's a way for me to share my passion with others and hopefully spark an interest in them for them to move forward and to share the same passion that I share. It's a way for me to share my passion and also show them another way outside of the usual career goals that are pushed upon them.
Definitely. And then I have another question too. I'm not sure if Lila or David have one yet, but in terms of like just that, like you said, that aspect of building communities and like sharing your passion and like giving back. What are like some things that you could see in addition to sort of like that program, the Youth App Lab, that was created to, help Black students just get into and understand tech and things like that? What are some more like initiatives or things that you feel like we should start to do, especially as like now we're entering our careers and we're growing, and like we also need to like give back and try to bring up the next generation? Like, what are some avenues and aspects? And it doesn't have to necessarily just being like, software engineering or STEM, but just like the whole STEAM category in general. Like, what do you see as some of those things to like create those spaces?
So an area that I identified, and I noticed this in my career, what happens is, there's an area that in college where most students that are minorities or that look like us are not necessarily work ready once they graduate, and it's for a host of reasons, right? It's not that they aren't capable or competent, right? They're super capable, but the problem is we have things like a lot of us have to work through school, right? A lot of us have to work retail jobs, restaurant jobs while going to school, and we don't necessarily have the same time to work on side projects or build our skills as our non-minority counterparts, right? And there's a huge opportunity there. And this is kind of where I started this program called CodeIntelx Labs. I had the first cohort there where I'm going to start taking students that look like me, look like you, right? And from their sophomore, junior year, and we're going to just kind of run them through a program. And once they're competent enough, I'm going to use my network here in the DC area with a bunch of local startups to actually give them real world projects to work on, right? And they'll be making a lot more than they would on those retail jobs, those restaurant jobs. And it also gives them opportunity to build those skills as well as have real world experience from a real company on their resume once they graduate. So this helps them stand out once they graduate. So that's an opportunity that I like to see more of across the board. And I think that would be super helpful about giving us a head start. Because right now, technology's hot. Everyone wants to be in technology, right? And when that's the case, how do you stand out? This is an opportunity to help students stand out.
That's awesome. And I did have a question too, because one thing I know that is kind of a problem in our community globally in a lot of cases is having confidence to be in STEM, or having confidence. Like, I've heard a lot of young African American students say, "Oh, I'm not good at math," or "I can't do math," or "I'm not smart enough to do math." Right? So, how would you suggest we help instill confidence in our youth at an early age so that they can have the confidence to pursue a career in STEM?
Right. I mean, that comes down to just introducing everything earlier, right? Not just math, right? Um, let's just take software engineering because that's my background. Software engineering is very similar to math, right? Look at those. In math, we have word problems. When you take a word problem or you given a problem with in software engineering to solve, it's the exact same thing. You look at the word problem, you break it down into variables. You're like, I'm going to solve this first, I'm going to do this first, and you just write out your instructions. It's the exact same logic. How you think about a word problem is how you think about STEM. So once you start introducing those types of concepts early on, like when they're doing word problems, start introducing pseudocode. Doesn't necessarily have to be Java, C++, or Python or anything. You can just say, hey, write down every step on how you plan to solve this problem. You give this toolbox of things, like we're gonna teach them what a for loop is. We're gonna teach them what an if block is. I mean, a conditionals are, right? And then we can start introducing more things like variables and conditionals. I mean, not conditionals, logic operations like and or, right? You can start introducing those things where they don't even realize that they're learning software engineering yet, but they're already being trained to think in that way. And once you start showing them like, hey, you already know how to do this, it's just going to be a light bulb happen. Lachelle and I, we like to call it the aha moment, right? Things just start to just click at that point.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had a question about, let me make sure, okay, my microphone's on. But I had a question about, okay, first of all, let me just say that the whole quip about having to like work through college is so relatable, because I did have the opportunity to like work during the summers and stuff like that. But it was a lot of also just like me like working like 2 to 3 jobs each semester, right? So I definitely am like glad you brought that up, because that is something that a lot of Black students have to go through because of like a lot of the socioeconomic backgrounds that we come from. But also, I'm interested in, I know you said you like your company contracts a lot and it was a leap to do that. So I'm wondering, what that was like from the perspective that like, okay, you had a job, right? And you're getting steady income from there and it's safe, right? It's secure. And then like you go and you get like, and you start up your own company. You don't even like, you probably don't have a contract yet. You don't have employees. So what was it like building that up and finding employees, like, and then like convincing people like, this is a great company to work for. And then like getting those contracts. Cause I hear that contracts can also get like very competitive, right? And even though like that thing, I think there's like a clause or something where the government has to give X amount of money to like minority contracting businesses, it's still like very little, that's still a very little slot. So then you still have to compete for the big ones, right? And so it's one of those things like, what has that been like for you through that process? Because I'm wondering, like, it sounds hard and it's challenging. And then you have to do this contract, you have to go back out and compete for more contracts. And so I'm wondering, like, yeah, just what that's been like.
Okay. So I'll address the ooh, that was a lot of questions there. So all right, the getting started piece. I'll relate that back to is it Devin, right? Dave. Is it Dave or Devin? David. All right, so I'll relate it back to what he was saying about how do we get it started earlier and teaching those things early on. Well, how I got my start was with that smaller company, right? I was learning skills all along to help me be successful. To help me run a successful company going forward. So I was learning how it really helped that the owner at that time was super transparent. So I learned all the things about bill rates. I learned things about how benefits were running. I learned about how, just everything from the financial side and from the business side. While doing that, I'm also learning, I'm meeting new people, right? I'm networking, I'm meeting a lot of people in certain spaces, right? So the first thing when starting a business is make sure that you can put yourself on a contract first, especially if you're starting a consulting company. So the first thing I wanted to do, I networked and I used the existing network that I had to actually get on the contract within the current program that I was currently working in. Because I'd already had those relationships. By doing good work before, they were really comfortable bringing me on. And they were like, all right, this is great. We can bring you on. Let's see how this thing goes. And from there, skies was the limit. That wasn't the hard part or scary part for me. The scary part for me was hiring my first employee, right? And I'll tell you why. It's because I think it was scary for me. And before I even hired my first employee, it took me over a year before I even build up the nerve to actually hire someone, right? Because what happened was I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this person's livelihood is in my hand. What if I can't, like, what if I miss payroll? What if I do this? They may lose their house. They may not be able to feed their kids. Like when you're a business owner, you're responsible and for everyone. Like that's your extended family at that point. So that was the scary part for me. And just going forward, like tackling the hard problems, contracts, and just finding people and convincing people to work for you. Yes, it's hard. It's a lot of work, but it's also the most rewarding part. Like it's hard, but it's also super rewarding because once you go out, you set your mind out to achieve something and you actually accomplish it, you feel really, really good about yourself. You're cheering. Like I've had moments where I've done cheers and dances sitting right here in this chair. So that's the most rewarding part. Like it's hard, but it's super rewarding at the same time.
Nice. And just to kind of highlight, just to kind of piggyback off of that and highlight the aspect going from a unique small thing and this transparency, like you had brought
Hey,
about like
we can't.
can you hear me?
Yeah, it was breaking up terribly.
All right, I'm out. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was along the lines of going from a larger company to a smaller company, how you said you had appreciated and liked that transition and kind of in the sense of like building a community and everything, like you said, with hiring your first employee and everything. I guess can you talk more to then hiring others and just shoot. One second.
And you could also, if you want, like optionally put the question in the chat and then like one of us can also ask maybe.
All right, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. In the meantime, also, while he does that, I have a question about like, I guess, how people can support your work and also CodeIntelx.
The biggest thing, there's a lot of things coming down the pipeline. The biggest thing that would be helpful for me right now is for everyone to follow the company page on LinkedIn, CodeIntelx. So if you can go give a follow there, you'll be updated on everything that's coming down the pipeline. There's some really cool things coming, and we can go from there.
Okay, awesome. We will put that in the description of the YouTube and then on your speaker page on the website.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marco, for talking with us and giving us this perspective on entrepreneurship, because it is very important that we are able to build businesses for ourselves too in tech. So definitely.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I guess we got Hamza's question.
Okay.
All right, so
Go ahead.
Yeah, Hamza's question was in that transition from moving to from a larger to a smaller company, what was the significance of having that smaller community?
The biggest significance was you felt like you mattered, right? You're not just a body in a seat at that point, right? People actually knew your name. People knew more about you. I felt like I could reach out to anyone for help, and it was really helpful that it was a Black-owned business as well, and most of the people that worked for that company looked just like me. So that was confidence inspiring as well, because they were really good guys and ladies. Like, they were really good at what they did, and I had that resource to help give me more knowledge and help me further my career.
On that note, I would actually like to ask, because it's something that came to my mind when you said your first job was in Washington, D.C. I'm sure that maybe, I don't know if it played a factor, but I mean, they call it like the chocolate city, right? And so like, there's also like this, I guess almost, I'll call it maybe a trend, but there's like, I guess like there's up and coming tech hubs in like major Black cities in the US, right? So like you said, like DC, Atlanta, Oakland, and stuff like that. So I guess like, do you have any perspectives on that, or how do you also see like CodeIntelx playing into that community in DC?
So yes, DC is definitely a hub for startups for sure at this point. As mentioned, I was part of an angel group called New Dominion Angels, and from there I would just get access to all these startups. Like, I looked at it as like another college experience, but a lot cheaper, right, to join, because now I'm learning about how these investors are thinking, what they look for investing in these companies. And this is how I came up with CodeIntelx Labs, because meeting all these startups, you start to see a lot of minority founders, and they have some of the similar issues that we have, right? Funding is an issue. They don't necessarily have rich uncles and rich nephews or inheritances, whatever, right? So how do we get more money into those companies? Like, we need to start figuring out a way to shed light and help out each other in that way. So the community I'm building with CodeIntelx Labs would link those college students who's looking for experience, and it would link these Black-owned startups with students that can help them build a product for a whole lot cheaper than they would normally pay, because they're not necessarily getting the same funding that they would get that our other counterparts would get.
Makes sense.
I did have another question too, because I feel like there's a lot of work to be done in getting young people in computer science, right, who are about to graduate, to think more entrepreneurially, because there's a lot of push to just go into industry. There's not really as much of a push to necessarily go into like a graduate program, right? It's just kind of go into industry, work for for somebody else. So, what resources or things would you tell someone who's graduating from college in computer science, and like what resources do you think they should use to learn those entrepreneurial skills?
I think the biggest thing that you can do is just read a bunch of autobiographies, and you'll realize that a lot of people that started, their upbringing is not very different from ours. how they got started is not very different from ours. And what you'll see is that a lot of them just got started. They just started. They didn't necessarily know or what they had to do or have all the skills. One of the biggest things that we do in the Black community is we feel like we have to know everything first before we get started, right? That's not true. Just start. Just get started, get off the couch, make it happen right now. And that's the biggest thing you can do. So once you have an idea and it's solid and you actually feel like it's something that you can profit from, don't let anything stop you. Put the foot to the gas and just go.
That's awesome. So now, are there any credentials that you think that would better prepare somebody to become an entrepreneur in the tech space, other than the bachelor's in CS?
Dude, I don't think there's anything in this world that you can do to prepare you for being an entrepreneur, right? I mean, you're faced with so many different challenges on a day-to-day basis. It's kind of like preparing to be a parent. You're never ready to be a parent, right? You just figure it out as you go. It's the exact same thing with entrepreneurship, except your company's your baby.
That's awesome.
Hamza, did you want to add anything?
Can y'all hear me? Is it good now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and so one of the it was like a conversation that we kind of had, and then David, there's like, I guess, kind of like a shift where in our community we're starting to see a lot of different things and get a lot more information that we never used to have, like entrepreneurship, investing, and things like that. And so, like, with that said, from your perspective, like, what are some ways that like we can kind of take advantage of that, especially either from the entrepreneur side or just in general in terms of like pulling that information in and to like help and grow our community?
So a lot of things that, I mean, it's really like what you guys are doing is how you fix that, how you educate the community. Like this overall hackathon is amazing, right? You guys are informing the community of things that are available. Entrepreneurship, people that look like us in the actual space doing the things that you may aspire to do. Just putting those type of people in front of the community is super beneficial. And I think that's where we start.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because me, Leela, and Hamza have worked really hard to try to make Blackathon into something where we're building a community around education and educating people about opportunities in tech and inspiring people, especially the young people, that there's many different pathways that you can go, and there's many different perspectives that you can come with and be successful in this space.
Absolutely.
That definitely goes into just the whole, agenda and everything of Blackathon, which was to try to bring that space and bring that opportunity. Because I know, like last year, I had a conversation with Lila where I kind of started like I was doing this the coding challenge. You know how they have like the 100 days of code, and ultimately, as some people reached out, they were saying that 100 days is kind of long, it's too much, and kind of and some people were like, oh yeah, like let's do it. Others were like, nah, it's a whole lot, or that's a long commitment to me. And so, from that inspiration and from just trying to like build communities and things like that, like one of the things that kind of came to mind was to just think of something that's kind of catchy that would kind of appeal, so that way everybody can kind of hop on and catch on. And that's kind of where like I came up with the idea of like the code for 4, which is just like breaking it down to 4 weeks, and kind of like everybody like really loved that in terms of just jumping into that. I said, okay, 4 weeks, I can do that. And it kind of became this thing where like Gru had like a good 20, 30 people, whatever, participating in that. And just on that note, in terms of like building things and stuff like that, like I know you kind of had that jump from like the larger company to the smaller company, and it was Black owned, so you kind of saw that. But like it actually making that like, start mode thing, what kept
It
like up again?
was doing so well. It was doing good. But I will like
Wait,
why
am
you
I
why you
back
fit
now?
yeah.
Okay.
So why you
Is it back?
yeah, why you figure it
I'll
out?
fix.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, we're good.
Okay. What I was going to ask was, what was your thought process and like what was going through your mind in terms of all the things that like you have done as like, you know, helping out with Youth App Lab and like starting your company and everything. Like, what was that thought process, or like what was that thing that you wanted to kind of like, you know, I guess like leave behind as you were like putting together your company and everything?
hmm So the one thing that was in my mind is I wanted to create a company that people enjoyed going to, that people enjoyed working for. I've run across countless people that actually absolutely hate their jobs. And when I started working at the smaller company, I didn't hate going to work. I enjoyed going to work every day, right? I wanted to create that same vibe where I feel like everyone should enjoy what they do, even if they are working for someone. Like, and I also want to make sure that people, you don't have to feel the pressure of being an entrepreneur if that's not what you want to do right now. Like, if you don't want to be an entrepreneur, that's okay. Like, it's fine. But if you do want to be an entrepreneur in the company, right, especially in CodeIntelx, I do everything I can to help you become an entrepreneur as well. Like, I'm not going to get upset that you want to start your own company. I actually went to the smaller company and told the guy that I eventually want to start my own company. And that's how I ended up getting all of that background knowledge of what I needed to actually run a company. And just to chime in on the 100 days of code, I think those things. I think the thing that people are missing from that 100 days of code is that it does a lot more than just build your technical skills, right? It's a mindset, it's a mentality where it forces you to really focus. You have to self motivate. You have to have discipline, and those are all really important skills to have when owning a business, starting a company, or anything that you want to achieve in life. So kudos to you for finishing that, and everyone else that participated to you with you on that.
Definitely, I appreciate that. And then just in terms of like the mindset aspect too, like what are some things that you can kind of share as far as just like, you know, because I'm sure that like running a business and doing all that, like, is a whole lot of different things that are involved. There's a lot of long meetings. Instead of like, you know, working a job where it's a typical 9 to 5, it could be from 12 to 12, just, you know, depending on
Mhm.
where your clients are and things like that. What are like some things that like, I guess that you do in terms of like to manage all that, and something that you can kind of share to just like that aspect to just keep that mental fortitude to continue pushing and everything?
Yeah, you got to keep pushing. I mean, schedules are what they are. You just have to take time for yourself. And as far as the meetings go, I mean, it's part of the territory. But the thing I do want to point out is that you, when people are working for companies and they're in these big companies, or they're pretty settled in their career and they're just comfortable, they tend to get comfortable and not want to learn anything else. And that's you can, if you're really out here trying to get it, you're a hustler. You should use that as an opportunity to get ahead, because the more you're learning, like, there's a curve. Like, after like 3 to 5 years, most people's learning curve just plateaus, right? But those outliers, those superstars, they just keep learning and climbing above. Like, it doesn't matter if you're 20 years in the game, you're 10 years as a developer. Someone that's been doing it for 6 years can easily outshine you because you're comfortable. So the more you learning, like, always learn everything you can. Try to stay on top of everything, and it's super important in the technology field because technology changes so much, and you can soon find yourself that comfortable job that you have, and you get laid off, and you haven't updated your skills. You can find that it may be really hard for you to find a job in just 2 to 3 years. So always keep your skills up to date.
Also, I did thank you for that tidbit of like wisdom. But okay, so we actually have two questions in the chat
Okay.
that I want to make sure that we get to. So one is from Michelle, which yeah. So Michelle asks what it takes to build, you know, a tech community in countries, especially African ones, because we have people across the African diaspora. Like, we have people in countries in Africa participating. So he's one of those people. But where people are reluctant about tech,
hmm
potentially. Yeah, I don't. I mean, yeah, yeah.
I would say just start with a group of people that are passionate about the same types of technology. It doesn't even have to be the same technology. Just start a group of people that are just passionate about technology. And you guys use that to build your skills and actually build something or start putting things out into the community. And the more they see the good coming from that, the more that they'll start getting on board. I think that's where you start when you're in those types of situations.
No, I 100% agree. And I think even on that note, I think that Chinasa was actually talking, one of our speakers was talking about that earlier in terms of like just all the cool things that have come out, like data science, Africa, and yeah, Black and AI, et cetera, where there's just these initiatives, I guess, to like make sure to like, you know, kind of bring like, I guess the like ensure that like Africa has access to the tech revolution also, I guess. And so I guess on that note, Kiesia also said similar to that, in order to make an impact on the Black community as a whole, how do you go about making your work accessible to those who might not be immersed in the tech field?
That's a great question. How do you make that accessible to people that aren't in the tech field? Are we talking? Well, I can't ask them. Can you ask them to clarify what they mean by accessible? Are we talking about a product, or are you talking about marketing something that you have?
I would also take this
That
to,
is a good question.
yeah, I think it's like, so we're like Black in tech, right? But like, I guess also like there's very little of us who are Black in tech. And that's why the network is so small. We always end up knowing each other, right? Because like there's so little of us. But there's a whole Black community out there. So it's like, what do we do to make sure that yeah, our work is accessible in a lot of ways. And I would say that maybe even from the industry side, from the academic side, like all sides, what do we do to make sure that like the Black community has access to that? Because we know things, right? Apparently, like you know entrepreneurship. Well, all of y'all know about entrepreneurship and stuff like that. Like Dave is obviously in the cloud computing, like Hamza is in like mobile and web app development, right? Like I'm in ML and stuff like that. So how do we go about, right, making like again, like this engineering, I guess, more accessible to our communities? I think one of the ways is that you kind of touched on is like you go out and you do like Lego robotics every weekend, right? So like is there like, and so actually on that note, that was like one of the things I was thinking about was, and I think this would actually help answer that question a little bit, is and I think there's some other cool initiatives, right, like Black Girls Code, but I think what would actually help answer that question is, because you've actually like been very modest about this, but you, because Hamza tells us all the time about like this community building that you do with like other Black people to like bring Black people into tech, right? Or to even like you said, go out into the community and just like these children, like the Black children don't necessarily have to like come into tech, but they know about tech and they can use it as they need to and see fit. So yeah, what's your take on that and building community through tech and stuff like that and making it accessible, I suppose? But yeah.
Yeah, like you said, we just have to go out and do it. And for those of us that are business owners, we're starting to generate a lot more income. Use some of those tax write-offs to actually donate back, give computers, give laptops, come up with curriculums, work with school districts on getting curriculums together. Share what you've learned. Like one of the things that I did was I went back to my school, Jackson State, and during the time at the computer science program, I realized, I said, hey, some of the stuff that that you're teaching is not necessarily preparing us for what I encountered when I graduated. So having those conversations about modifying curriculums to keep them up to date, help them know what's actually being used in the real world is super beneficial as well. And you can start translating those things back to the high school and middle school level as well. Just introducing people like what's out here, what's cutting edge now. How do we keep our people abreast of what's going on? That's where it starts. Let them know what we're experiencing. Like people in the education field, they just know education. They may not necessarily, unless they come from the background, they're not necessarily in the engineering roles living the day-to-day jobs that we have. It's up to us to share what we experience for them to educate the students coming up behind us.
Nice. That makes sense.
How many people do we have on the YouTube?
Right now,
See, right now it's looking like 10 concurrent people, but
Yeah.
it's asynchronous too, so people can like
Right.
Yeah.
go back if they missed it. So,
So we have more than one person on the call. That's all the questions you guys have. Let's ask more questions. I know you guys have questions about anything. Type the questions in the box. Let's engage a little bit more. What are you curious about?
Also, I will point out that if I'm not mistaken, there's like a little bit of lag. So we see everything
Hmm.
first and then they see stuff like a little bit later, like maybe 30-ish seconds later.
No, that's fine.
I guess one of the questions I had too is like, how can we? I guess in this kind of, I guess, kind of articulated Kiesha's question a little bit better in terms of adoption, right? Like adopting technology. How could we get our people in our community to adopt new ways of thinking, new ways of teaching, and new ways of learning
Ooh,
with technology better?
that's hard, man. I mean, a lot of times people are just stuck in their ways, especially the older generation, right? And for me, with me being from the South, I mean, people are really stuck in their ways down there and pretty slow to embrace things. I think we just do it slowly. We figure out what's the lowest barrier to entry where it doesn't completely frustrate or overwhelm them. And the more that we educate people about, just have little small classes, little small free classes in the community, something really simple like how to create a PowerPoint slide. We don't have to go into teaching everyone how to write code. Like some people should just maybe just want to learn how to type. Some
Mm-hmm.
people should learn how to do PowerPoints or just how to edit their own resume on a computer. Like just start really small and build up from there. And the more that we get people more proficient with computers, the more they're willing to learn and more they're likely to embrace technology, more technology going forward.
I got you. And another question for those that are interested in starting a business, how would you suggest that they start, right? Because there's different avenues and ways to start a business, right? You can try to go the VC route and try to get angel investors and people involved to give you money, or
Hmm.
you could, do crowdfunding, or you could just say, you know what, I'm gonna use my savings and just try to get customers, and that's gonna hopefully pay my rent, right? So, what would you suggest in terms of starting a business on the financial aspect?
So it really depends on the type of business you're starting, right? If you're starting more of a services type company where you're doing consulting, I would say first get your first client. Figure out how to get yourself employed full time 100%. If you're doing something like an app or a product or something like that, if you already have a job, it's really important that you continue to work that job until you get your company profitable. But what you have to realize is you still have 16 more hours left in the day, even if you work a 9 to 5. Use that time wisely. You technically have time to work two jobs a day, two full-time jobs a day, and still get 8 hours of sleep, right? You have to put the time in, put that grind in. And you mentioned VC and angel investing, right? What you're gonna realize is that no one's gonna invest in you. If I came to you right now and say, "Hey, I have an idea," those investors aren't gonna invest just because you have an idea. They're not gonna give you money to build your product. They want to see that you've put the time, the sweat equity in, right? You put your own money in. You've gotten this thing to a point where someone's willing to buy it, or there's user traction, or it's even making money. Once you get to that point, that's when you actually approach angel investors, venture capitalists, and things like that. But yeah, other than that, you just gotta start. You gotta get started. Use your time wisely. Put that time in. Build up something that you really believe in, and make it work, one way or the other. Whether that's friends and family get donating some money to get some things done, or you're emptying your savings to make it happen. How you go about it is different for everyone. It truly depends on the type of company you're building.
I see. Another question I had about, because I know you're in the government contracting space, and like Lila was saying, and I actually work in the intelligence space as well, but it's very competitive to get contracts.
Hmm.
So, for someone who's interested in learning about how contracts work and how they can compete for contracts, and what they need to do to even, be able to come to the table and compete for contracts, what resources would you have for them, or where would you direct them to learn about that?
So the first thing I would say is if you're trying to get as a small business owner trying to get started into the consulting space, I would, if you already, chances are you're already working in the space in some form or fashion already. Use your current relationships. Look to see who has the contract there. Build a relationship with the PMOs for those companies, right? And the first thing you want to do is ask them to say, "Hey, can I come on as a subcontractor?" Because what happens is that you you don't have like to get these big contracts. They look for you to have experience on other contracts, and you can't get a contract if you don't. It's like a big catch-22, right? So in order to do that, you can gain your company experience. Like what you got to realize, your company is a separate entity from you, and the more like if your company resume is blank at that point. So how do you get experience on your company's resume? Not your personal resume, but your company's resume. And the easiest way, and it's a little bit, I'm not gonna say it's completely easy, but it's a lower barrier to entry to actually figure out who those PMOs are and try to get on as a subcontractor on your existing project. And that's where I would start for the government side. And once you get some experience there, you get some employees, you get enough revenue coming in, then you can start competing for some of the bigger contracts.
I see. I see. Now, in terms of um, finding employees, right? Because it's very hard to find talent too, right?
Yes.
Because Amazon, Microsoft, the big tech companies, they suck everybody up. Um, so, how do you go about finding the right talent?
It's hard. It's really hard. You just it's a constant grind. You got to automate a lot of stuff. You got to be constantly reaching out. You got to meet a lot of people. Um, you got to kiss a lot of frogs. I mean, everyone you talk to is not going to be a great fit for the company, right? So it's a constant grind. You got to keep going out, hitting pavement. That's part of the job.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
what.
be prepared as a business owner to wear multiple hats, man. Like you got to learn how to do some accounting. You got to learn how to be a recruiter. You got to learn how to be a developer. You got to be a manager, be a people person, be HR. Like you're gonna wear a lot of different hats in the beginning, and as you grow, you'll start being able to pay and outsource some of those types of things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we did get one question from the audience here. Michelle asked. He said, "Is it possible to get sponsorship from you to build a tech community in my country?"
Um, I don't know. It's something I'll be interested in talking about. So, if you can just send out my email, I'll be willing to talk a little bit more about it. Just figure out what that actually consists of.
Okay, definitely. Like, for the audience listening, how can they best connect with you and like learn more about what you're doing and so, things like that?
Okay. For the first thing is you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on the company website, but you can also email me too personally at marco@codeintelx.com. That's CodeIntelx.com.
All right, yeah, I'll just put that in the chat there for the audience, for the people interested. So, yeah, that's all the questions I
Yeah.
had. I know we're bumping up on the hour here.
Yeah, I guess I have like a final question just to kind of close it off. Like with everything that you have done, what is something that you would tell your younger self, or like, is there anything that you would have done differently, in terms of just like everything that you learned throughout your life?
Man, I would have started earlier. I would have started earlier. That's the only thing that I would have changed about. I would have told my younger self. I would have started trying to build a product or a company a lot earlier than I did. But that's it.
Nice, nice. Thank you
Wow.
so much for coming on for the talk. We definitely appreciate it. This is really big, just in terms of our trip and what we're trying to do with Hackathon. So
Oh, Hamza, you cutting out again.
definitely,
Breaking up. Yeah.
I,
But yeah, thank you so much, man. And we hope to keep having more talks throughout the year, having more, not necessarily whole weekend hackathon events, but just constant
Right.
content, right, to get the word out to people about different opportunities and different things like that. So we'd love to have you back as well too.
Absolutely. Just let me know how I can help. anything that I can do to help out, I'm willing.
Oh, definitely.
Dated.
Yeah, and to the audience, thank you guys so much for watching. This now concludes today's programming. We really enjoyed the speakers today. The talks have been really great, and we really appreciate all your comments and questions in the chats. Please, if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. That is one of the best ways you can support us for free. You could also follow us on Instagram at blackathon.tech. And with that being said, this concludes today. Tomorrow will be...
List. We have a mailing list on our website that you can sign up for. And yeah.
Oh, that too. Starting tomorrow, we will begin with the presentations from our hackers. So we know they've been working really hard over the past, well, hopefully past week, but at least the past 2 days on their projects, and they'll be presenting that. Then we'll have a talk from Dr. Syed Mustafa Ali, and he's going to talk to us about decolonializing computing. And then finally, we're going to end this wonderful event tomorrow with our winning announcement. We're going to announce the winners of Blackathon, and we got some really awesome, amazing prizes to be announced. So thank you so much for tuning in.
Awesome. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
McKay Beats. Mackay 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 Beats.